There we go. Got everything fixed up from the last live stream here, and we're back to normal. 100% normal. Nothing shenanigans today. Oh boy, when I got back to my PC and I saw everything was still the way that it was last time, I realized I had to fix up all of my scenes. Oh, I'm tired this morning. I slept in and I'm still tired. It was nice though. Although, I made an iced coffee, so that'll probably be finished a lot faster than normal. Ooh, what do we have? Ah, yes, the freaking Yohime key. Now, I am going to run a Gaia, but... hold on a second. I'm keeping up this month. I am not goofing off. I am not doing a rush at the end of the month to finish this far when I literally leave in the beginning of May. I want to be resting at the end of the month and enjoy my vacation properly. So we're just going to quickly start with a nice little Gaia run while I warm up and enjoy my coffee and watch my audio levels because everything is messed up from last time. I was actually looking over the VOD from last time and I was thinking that the game volume could have been a little bit louder, and actually now that I've mentioned it, I don't even have sound effects on here, do I? That's pretty quiet. Even. Well, I can't hear the game, but it's registering on the OBS charts, or a volume chart there, so whatever. Oh, hello, Zaris! What are you guys activating? Wait, slip coffee? As in, like, drop it? Or sleep coffee, as in, like, go back to bed? Gosh, I just started and you're already trying to get me out of here? I was thinking today I might pull my solid gear off of my gunner here and move it over to my Ravager. Because you know lately we've been just doing like chill vibe dungeons on my Ravager because I really like Ravager. And I'm thinking I might just move my gear over there and try doing party dungeons. Oh hey Otragus! It's a stat holiday here in Canada, so I decided to, well, I mean, you guys voted for me to sleep in, but I decided to start a little bit later. I know it's hard when I don't have a proper schedule. And I promise it's not just going to be Gaia the whole time today. Yeah, I was thinking Ravager, give him a solid shot with my endgame gear. Except that I'm pretty sure my Ravager's still using like an S15 weapon or something. You know, for us here, it was a holiday on Friday, and it's a holiday on Monday. But the 2 days in between are not technically considered holidays, so I worked both of them. Oh, my inventory's a mess. Oh gosh, my inventory's a mess. Man, if we... Well, most people don't work on weekends, I think, so... Oh, that's... I guess there are still a lot of industries that work. And the worst part is that now that I've actually got a proper day off, there are things that I would like to do, and I can't because they're closed because it's a holiday. And it's like, now I don't get any day off. We'll see if I fall off the bandwagon here. I've got a lot of stuff going on this month. Oh goodness, my inventory is just a debacle here. I used a I used a drop card on this character because I was trying to farm the Holy Abyss, and I finally finished. I got myself an S35 Holy Abyss weapon for my duelist. But then I was just running Gaia, and as you can see, when you run Gaia, you get a lot of the Eidolon tokens, so I really gotta get rid of those. And I know it's probably not worth actually bothering to sell them to NPCs, but I kinda wanna, rather than just scrapping them. Although, I'm pretty low on fragments. Maybe it's worth scrapping them. Because I've only got like 5 empty slots and... Oh, okay, there's a couple more here. How many empty slots total do I have? 11. Or is that 12? Sorry, that's 12. Okay, so the green costumes that you get from the quest lines, like the main quest, there's some of those that can actually be sold to NPCs, and I know it's not a ton. It's not a ton for those, but you can try, because some of them are even like up to 3.5 gold, and I know that's not a ton, but it's not nothing. So you know that's like that's a couple of your class buffs. So I would double check to see whether or not they can be sold to NPCs. But otherwise, yeah, just toss them, because if they're not like ones that can be fused into higher level costumes, like the ones off Paragon, then probably not worth keeping around. Yeah, I think we're just gonna scrap these. Quick check to make sure nothing expensive got in there. Yeah, we're good. I got some weapons to fortify, that'll be worth it. Oh, I wasn't gonna go this far. That's fine. Just still warming up. Oh, speaking of... I don't think I got more than 1 Eidolon Wishing Coin from the Lucky Pack the entire time. I did get some higher LP vouchers, but not the coins. Oh, that's not the right one. I was gonna say, how much do I need to actually do per day to be able to keep up? Because we're on the... Okay, so if they're the ones that you got from the NPCs in the main quests there, Zaris, just sell them off. Like, the other green costumes can't be sold to NPCs, but you may as well toss them at the NPCs if they can be sold, right? Like I said, I know it's not a ton, but it's still something. Holy Knight Ice costume? I don't think so. Or maybe holy was a bad word to search. Holy Moon. Winged Saint. Yeah, no, sorry, it does not appear that I do. Holy Chalice. Oh. Holy Knight Ice costume. Hold on a second, let me Google something. Holy Knight Ice costume. Oh yeah, that's one of the newer ones, right? Like it's a Paragon one. I haven't been super lucky with the costumes on Paragon recently. Like for a while, they were doing a pretty good job of like handing them out, but no, I haven't really been doing very good. I'm glad they don't release mounts very often, because that Swan Theater has been very nice to have. Oh, that's sick, though. I actually got a decent amount of Eidolon fragments off of this Paragon. But I had a friend that still needed to get... oh, what's her face? I don't have Kuberi... Like, I've got Kuberi 1 star. So I figured it was fine. Yeah, I rolled a bunch and then I sold them to a friend. I should probably do something with all those enchant fragments I've got, though, because I've got so many of them just taking up space somewhere. If I consolidate them, I could actually probably get some decent enchantments. Yeah, I think I got 5 fragments total in about 3,000 LP, or 3,000 ruby coins. Anyway, that should be it for noon here. Take a quick detour by Navia to clear up the inventory a bit, sell off some fragments, and then steal her gear to give it to Midnight. Oh shoot, did I say that Midnight wasn't going to be here and now I'm literally going to play on my character named Midnight? Ah, so that's what you're looking for. I was gonna say that's what you're looking for the costume for, but then that's only for guys. Though I suppose you can swap your gender no problem in this game. Going. Oh, and I suppose I should just grab this and sell it off. This is gonna seem like a tragedy. But I have no use for this key. Oh, yeah, so the, that mode with the 3 chests used to be 4 times a day. Like, in the past. So... there's not much incentive for high-level players to go in there anymore because there's no LP. They may not have realized that you can't go in every 6 hours anymore. Man, my inventory is really just a mess. I'll pop that in there. Save some of those. I'll probably want her. I still got a day on it. My Ravager can use it. Oh, there's not enough space for my gear in here. Okay. Well, we'll just take a bunch of bags. No, that's not gonna help Ravager, so we'll leave that. Okay, my shared warehouse is a debacle, so don't even worry about it. My private storage is also a debacle, so don't even worry about it. I'm a mess. I'm a mess. Okay, 5 pieces of armor, 3 pieces of accessory, my codebook trophy. Oh shoot, I forgot my emblem. I think that should be everything Ravager is gonna need. Maybe I'll stick those back in there so my Ravager can have some food. Yeah, I think we're good. Oh yeah, I got 65 of those even just in my shared warehouse. I bet you a bunch of characters have a couple on them too. We'll save Otohime and Persephone. Not 100% certain I'll want them on my Ravager. See, Zaris, the only issue with the gear set that levels up with you is that it doesn't have any speed on it, and you really want your speed to be at cap. So you can use it, provided that you're able to continue passing through dungeons, but keep in mind that in the meantime, you're probably going to have to spec all of your attack stats into speed to be able to hit cap speed, and then once you get to the level 90 gear, you'll have to respec your speed, and it's not free. It does cost some gold. Here we are. The advantage of keeping the advanced Gaia handy to use it as like a experience gear is it's not bad, but I don't think it was actually a better experience than the other gear, was it? I don't even think I have it on some of my characters because you didn't get it at first. Oh goodness, I'm tired. It's a good coffee though. So presently I'm on some beans that my mother got me for Christmas, and yes, I am still working on Christmas beans, but wow, they're like really soft when I'm trying to grind them, so they grind really quickly, and when you pull through them, it's quite fast. So the coffee comes out quite well. Achikun, I turned it off. It is gone. I found the option to get it off, so there's no more automatic translation. Thank heavens. Alright, well, we don't really need... Oh gosh, my trophies are both terrible. Well, I turned off the auto-translation for me, so if you guys still see it, then there might be an individual setting for it as well, but... Okay, so, there was not last live stream, I think it was the live stream before that. There was this automatic translation thing that was getting in the way of the stream, in that it would replace things that people were saying, even in English, with worse English. And of course, when somebody posted something in another language, it would be in a different language it would translate it to English, right? So I kind of don't like it. Maybe if they had the option to, like, select languages that would not be translated, I wouldn't hate it so much, but... Because then I could leave, Well, see, here's the thing, is that if someone is coming at me in Japanese, and it's just automatically translating, I don't even have the chance to try to reply to them in a language that I'm trying to work on, right? Like, I would rather attempt to communicate poorly with someone in Japanese than just reply in English and them not know what the heck I'm saying. I want to know what language people are speaking, right? And you'd have to, like, take your hands off the keys to go over. I feel like this is still going to be better than Gazigla and Manticore. Ahem, I do not speak Spanish, but if written in Spanish, it won't translate. I'm guessing that's what that says, something along the lines of. Well, that's not a very... Oh, no, we're just going to stick with this contract. I'll stick that there. Put her there. And have a little sea creature pet. We want those and that. And we're definitely putting the code book, but I'm thinking that this is going to be superior to Manticore or Gazigla here. And this is just a random shot. Oh, a 10% pen. I don't think that's going to do anything for us. I don't, but I have the option to. Oh, interesting. future, I would like to stream on Twitch as well. I think that I would like to try doing dual streaming just because, especially now that they've kind of like loosened up the restrictions on having multiple chats combined. Because that was kind of what was keeping me away, is that they had those strict rules about the way that chat has to work if you're streaming on both platforms. I'm sorry. There's so many things I'm planning for the future that all rely on me getting a set schedule at work so that I can then create a set schedule for streaming so that it's not just randomly the night before I announce that a stream might be happening the next day. But it's just hard, unfortunately. So in the future, I am hoping that I'll be able to start streaming on Twitch, but for the time being, it is going to be YouTube only. I was kind of thinking, and maybe this is a little bit wishful thinking, I was kind of thinking I might like to do, like, when my new model is completely finished, I might do, like, a debut special announcement across both YouTube and Twitch, and, like, they make that my Twitch debut, kind of just because I feel like it would be fun. But, yeah, it is what it is at this point. Yeah, so for work I am on call, like, I'd say 80% of the time. In fact, like I said, I worked the last 2 days, but I didn't know if I would be working. I was up at 5 in the morning, and that's when I wait for the call to say whether or not I'm working. And it is a bit rough, but, like, it comes also with the flexibility of being able to request specific days off a lot more easily. So, you know, there's trade-offs. And frankly, I wake up at 5 a.m. like most mornings anyway. My last job I had to wake up at 4 a.m. So it's actually better. Well, I'm optimistic, so I'm gonna go grab the quests. In fact, I'm so optimistic, I think I'm gonna use a drop charm. I grabbed those cookies and tea, right? Cookies. Tea. Quest. Yeah, we'll get a drop charm. I mean, I've got one of my temporary manuals active right now as well, so if I can't beat it, then, that's really just a skill issue at this point. Oh, what the heck, let's go hard. Oh, but this would empty up an inventory slot. Oh, let's go not so hard. Oh, it's been a while since they've done temporary manuals, hasn't it? They used to give them out in the big patch bags, but there hasn't been any big patch bags. Yeah, I think I've got like 4 or 5 more of the 7-day combined manuals. And ideally, I'd really like to put together my own Holy Dark Fusion manual, because I've got a Holy manual and a Dark manual. But saving is really, really hard. Alright, we're just gonna go straight into hell mode. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, Eidolons. I mean, I put her on the thumbnail, so we should probably use her as our main DPS Eidolon, but I am gonna bring Persephone, just cuz. Alright, let's see how this hacks it. Ooh, that's not a lot of damage. Come to think of it, what is my weapon here? It's not even fully fortified S15. Cool. Should I be doing the Infernal Abyss again to try and get myself in another S35 weapon? Yeah, I'm not super happy about this boss damage here. And my Eidolon died. Ooh, he's gonna get me. Oh! I think that fire bounce saved me with those other mobs being there, because I thought there was a safe spot in the middle of that angry tornado, but it kind of looks like it wasn't. Yeah, I don't think there's a safe spot there. That's rough. Oh, I should have used some experience items. Oh well. Not too late. I'm sure if I just keep throwing out flame axes, I won't die. Dodge skills died yesterday in the Eidolon Temple. It appeared boss directly without giving you any item. There is one in the Eidolon Temple. What's his face? Alucard spawns in his basic mode, and if you defeat him, you do get dragon points, but he never drops any items because the human mode is the human mode doesn't drop items. The dragon mode does, but you can still get dragon points for defeating him. So I don't know if that's what your confusion was coming from, or if you meant the 3 chest mode, in which case that's quite odd. Yeah. That's just so silly. What is my fire skill damage at anyway? 210. Oh, you mean, Cecilla. And yes, you do have access to the 3 chest one at level 50, and that opens up pretty early on in the game. But Cecilla is a little different. She's still got the old drop table, so her fragments don't drop nearly as often. She should still drop stuff, though. Okay, I think we need a lifesteal off our minions here to be able to beat her. I am shocked at how low this damage is. Perhaps I really did need a better accessory set. Or maybe I need to switch to Agni. I was using Dark Flame because I wasn't able to cap my speed inside the zero damage dungeons. Maybe Agni would be significantly better for my Ravager here. Because this is pretty pathetic. If your carry was going this fast, you'd quit. Hold on, maybe a little bit more detail damage will help. Yeah, the eggs that you get from... Sorry, I'm just kind of logging in here. The eggs that you can get from the login bonus, it takes a really long time to build them up. So if you've got a whole bunch to sell in a stack, yeah, I mean, it's probably worth a decent amount. I personally have no use for any of the Eidolons inside the Fabulous login box, so I usually just send them to Scrub nowadays. In return, I steal any good Eidolon fragments that Scrub gets, so Scrub is definitely getting the short end of the stick there. honestly. It feels like I should just bring these guys to the boss because it's the bouncing that does the majority of my damage. I don't know if my game can hack it though. Scrub is fighting its own, her own uphill battle, but at least Scrub has an S15 Abyss weapon. No, Scrub is me. I am Scrub. And frankly, now that I've got different now that I've got different weapons, yeah, it's my not just free to play but new, so it doesn't have any of the benefits of having played for like a decade, right? She's only been, I mean, she's been around for a little over 2 years now, I think it is. But I don't play her a ton, so I think she's still relatively representative of what a new player would have. Look, I'm stealing from my free-to-play account to make my main account better. I think putting Scrub on the back foot and still finding enjoyment out of playing that character makes it... I don't know where I was going with that. I'm sorry. Poor Scrub. Scrub writes. Alright, so my Ravager's tanky enough that the combat itself isn't a problem, but she's not doing a solid amount of damage here, so this is hardly what I would call coasting through. But I think the solution could be Agni. Yeah, because we are like super overcapping our crit damage. So I'm gonna find my Agni and we're gonna try again. I mean, the reset's in half an hour, so I can't try hell again, but we can definitely do regular. Oh, my flame attribute skill damage is only 34%. I was looking at the wrong one. Wait, does she have flame? Oh no, she's got damage to fire attribute targets. I'm using the wrong Eidolon. I'm sorry. So she would be good if I were to try to run the Abyss and see what happens there. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go run the Abyss, because I may as well. Although, right, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens in the Abyss. It's not like I'm too worried if I don't make it through. But after that, I'll go grab my fully fortified Agni off of one of my other characters after I figure out who has it. It's probably Midday. It's probably Midday that's got it. And we'll see how much of a difference that makes. I'm pretty confident it will make a difference, though. I'm not scamming, I'm scamming myself. I was telling them about how I steal all the good fragments from the Scrub and take them on my main account. And it took them a minute to remember that I am also Scrub. Scrub is me. Anyway, that was a really pathetic run considering I'm in my best gear. So scamming myself to get ahead by myself breaks even on the scam table. Anyway, let's see what it's like in the Abyss with this cutie. I suspect it's gonna actually be a little bit of a struggle just to tank the mobs here. Oh my gosh. That's really bad. That's really bad. We are not making it to the first boss, I think. Okay, so the flame skill can lifesteal enough to survive. but she's got no crit or speed. How? Okay, I want to put this here. Oh, they're resetting. How are they resetting in this tiny room? I got my first S35 gold weapon from here by running on my Whipmaster. And the way I was able to get through on my Whipmaster was by using, what's-her-face's permanent uptime. No, I think Shuri buff would be more harmful here because I don't have a good shuriken sub-weapon. Okay. We're managing. Flame Axe alone is very powerful. And there's a lot of them, so it is bouncing. Listen, I know Shuriken is a very viable subclass and it's great for buffing. I just never really got used to playing it, so I'm bad at it, and never bothered crafting any good weapons for it, so... We're gonna run around in a circle and hit them with a Flame Axe until they die. This is peak gameplay. Look at that. Getting dizzy. Actually, I think this isn't really going to do anything. I got used to using Mirrored Axe on Scrub because Scrub has the weapon where Mirrored Axe buffs up my, whatchamacallit, my Flame Axe. Oh, at least I'm not singing, huh? Well, I can change that. Anyway, this guy is, I forget his skill set. But I think as long as we just pull out the, keep it moving, don't get hit in the red zones, and hit him with the Flame Axe, I think... In fact, I'm even going to use an extra charm. I'm that confident. Listen, this might take 5 minutes of fighting, but I can do it. If I had more than one flame skill, this would be a bit easier. Oh, whoops. That's not good. And I keep forgetting to stack Ballad, although I'm not entirely positive how much my, my tones are gonna do for me here. Is it just me, or does his HP bar stop moving? I legitimately cannot see his HP bar moving anymore. I'm staring at it, and I do not see it. Oh, no, there it moved. Look at this, we can do it! This will be the rest of the stream! Yeah, I need some other debuffs in here. Hit you with that, and then that. How about that? I don't see ranting and raving applied on him though. Hold on. What's up with that? There. I won't fight more. I'll do the next set of mobs if I can kind of cheese them the way I did the other one, but I'll stop. And I don't know if she'll be able to survive if she's doing attacks, but we'll give it a shot. Oh, she's got a life steal as well. Okay, okay. That's gonna make this a little comfier. Let's go a little bit more offensive then. That apply ranting and raving though? Yes, it did. Uh, 35 accuracy is plenty. Oh no, at Awakening, you're right, it's not. You could get some secret stones with accuracy on them. That's one option. Gosh, this is gonna take quite a while. No. Rerolling secret stones with the regular, like those green potions does not cost money. Wait, does it cost money in Impact? I know Impact added a lot of, like, extra things cost money, but... Oh, okay, so yeah, there are some reshuffle potions for some things that do cost money, but the older ones, like secret stones and costumes, do not. The other thing that can, like, the ones that open up an interface, or I believe the pink ones for these, I think they cost money. Whoop, whoop, dip, dip, dip. Don't get distracted. We came so far. If we lose now, this will be such a waste. I should have put on more intense music, then we would have been able to beat this faster, right? Yeah, the emblem ones, those do cost. Secret stones don't. Do Holy Spirit ones cost? I don't think they do. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've re-rolled a Holy Spirit. I was kinda hoping that one of these days I'd get one of those fancy elemental Holy Spirits off of Paragon, but they're just so rare. Kinda wish they did an event where you can get those from the Nightmare. Oh, just 3 and 4 do. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm kind of locked in on trying to save up for a fusion formula for my manual, so I'm probably not going to be spending any gold on anything fancy for quite a while. Gosh, I just realized all my masteries are like... Whoop. Alright, healing doesn't do anything here. They probably better off waiting until you've got the higher level secret stones before you go seriously in on shuffling. If you just want a little bit of accuracy immediately, I'd honestly say just go to the NPC and rapid fire buy stones until you get the ones that's got a stat that you like. But like your weapon stone, if you're using a lava stone, you may as well reshuffle that because you can't upgrade a lava stone. This guy better drop something real nice for this suffering. How long have I been fighting? I don't want to know. I see I've got 8 minutes left on my timer. Ah, no lava stone yet, huh? You said you're playing on a holy sword, right? I'll double check, because I know I've got a couple lava stones floating around. I wonder if I've got a holy sword one. At least I think I've got some lava stones floating around. Alright, I'm almost done, guys. That was probably the wrong skill to use there. At least this rotation is easy enough to, like, maneuver around here, because I've got the ranged attacks. He's not impossible. And I've completely been letting go of my ballad stacks because I'm so distracted. I'm not even entirely sure that little bit of extra detail damage is making all that much of a difference. I could probably be checking, but... You've got to be kidding me. I didn't even get a single one of the Soul Infernos. No. No, that's not how it's supposed to go. Oh, right, yeah, can't do that on these guys. We're just gonna hit them with the... I'm not gonna face another Kerberos, okay? We're just gonna kill his little doggies here and run away. Yeah, if I wanna seriously farm this place, I'll probably go back to my Whipmaster. Or maybe I'll try again on guns, because for guns, I struggled in this one before, but now my guns is a little bit better set up. Or do I do Wizard? Because my Wizard now has the Flame S35 weapon. I bet you my Wizard. Oh, now I kind of want to try this on my Wizard in the full gear setup. Oh, that could be really nice. Oh, the speed being so slow sucks. The reset's in like 7 minutes, so just give it a bit and you'll be able to get back in. I literally switched to this set so I could have more flat stats, but these are pathetic. Why on earth is she so low? Am I in the wrong gear set? No, Blue Oath. Honestly, I think it's that weapon that's bringing me down so much here. Okay, real quick before the reset, I'm gonna go jump on my wizard because I betcha my wizard will cook in there. Yeah, I'll keep that. Obviously she doesn't need that piece. And I know I'm not transferring my secret stones, so I've still got Warbow secret stones in here, so I am fighting at a disadvantage. But I cannot bring myself to actually do secret stones for every single class. So just keep in mind that I don't have secret stones. I'll pop that in there. That should be good. I'll give her tea and cookies too. Now, I'll bring Antilucan because that survivability was quite nice. But I'll also bring a DPS Fire Eidolon. Five minutes. Went from chill dungeons to challenging the abysses pretty quick here, huh? Whiz. Oh. But the good thing about the reset system is that as long as you get into the dungeon before the reset time, it's not like you have to finish it before the reset time, right? You just gotta get inside. And it's technically a couple, like I think it's a minute and a half after the time rollover that it actually updates. So there's even a little bit of grace time there for you. Mentos. Alright, what are we gonna do for Eidolons? Whoa, who do I even use as my main fire Eidolon? No, that's not rerolled properly. Guess her? Fire attribute, skill, damage, and damage taken. What are her skills anyway? I mean, that could be nice, but I think same shield, lifesteal, and I mean, move speed isn't going to really do anything. Although, actually, maybe it does. I don't think it does much on bosses, though. I'm already not going to be operating at cap, or not using cap crit damage up, so I don't know that adding more crit damage helps. You know what? We're going to use her. And I'll decide... Oh, my inventory here is a mess too. I'll decide inside whether or not I need the offensive or the defensive Eidolon. Oh, her inventory was fine after all. From here over, it looks like. And then I want a tea. Why can't I see my tea? I'll bring those over. Why not? Ooh, that will actually help. I think I'm out of cookies now. I gotta fortify these up too. I have so many fortification scrolls. I should seriously be using them. Oh, that's kind of perfect too. It looks right. Just in time. Alright, well, we'll start with her. Oh, I don't have a... I also do not have a fire tonic, or whatever you call them, for the increasing damage against fire targets. I mean, this seems quite effective. Although, you know what? I'm realizing now that when I'm doing the abysses on my gunslinger and my bow, we have the benefit of the class buff to finish up the speed stat. I should seriously respec this. Oh, I mean, I can afford it. Well, I don't need 99, so how about 70? Oh, I just subtracted 70. 40? Okay. Need 97 points to cap speed in here. Sure, why not? And then we'll just throw the... Wait, did I just do something illegal? Okay. Negative 24 attack points left. Whoops. Okay. Nothing illegal going on here. Look, that was just a visual glitch temporarily. You can't have negative 24 attack points. It's not allowed. Lost my balanced axe. Honestly, I feel like this is even less precarious than what I was doing on my Whipmaster when I was in here. This is a lot more comfortable. Actually, I forget to use this one. Oh. I probably shouldn't. Goodness. Wait, what do you mean you're not allowed to put orange costumes as weapons? I use an orange costume as a weapon. Oh, I got distracted and I almost died. Are you happy? Oh shoot, term. Wait, orange weapons as costumes? What are you talking about? I'm literally using an orange weapon costume. And she didn't get any either. Oh, seriously? Someone managed to get a piece of equipment into a costume slot? It was worth a try. Come on, gather up. I was only confused because I use a converted weapon as a costume. I gotta get this closer into the rotation, huh? How about number 5? Increased damage. Oh, I should actually still be seriously using this. I didn't realize it included the target elemental damage buff. Wizard is actually kind of cracked here. And it's probably not fair to say she's in the same gear as my Ravager was, because obviously my Ravager is using a not fully fortified level S15 axe, whereas this Missy is using a weapon tailor-made for this dungeon. Certain on the rotation to go here, because it feels like too many of my skills do too much good stuff. How long are etches lasting? Hold on, I gotta check. 15 seconds total. Man, it must be crazy coming in here and being able to steamroll the whole thing like the way that I can do on the easier modes. I wonder honestly how high your stats would need to be able to actually just come in here and cakewalk it. actually use my class buff. I don't think I even have any of them on hand though. Weapon passage. Oh, I forgot to use a charm. Okay, actually, maybe he just hates charms because I actually got crystals there. Do I have class buffs on hand? No, I didn't think so. Grocery store card. Repair. Yeah, I don't know if that'll actually help that much. High crit probability. Although the crit damage cap is probably helpful. You can try and do this with the legitimate timer, but I'll probably have to reset it before we get to the last room. Unless that's been fixed. Probably figure out which skills are doing 0 damage and make sure that I use those only the amount needed for the triggers. Oh, and I guess Scrub did, or not Scrub, sorry. My Ravager did get 10% pen, whereas this Missy got her hands on a nice, lucky 10% elemental damage. So she's definitely operating at a much luckier position than my Ravager was right off the bat from that. And I think my Ravager is just using like an accuracy costume weapon, whereas she's got a 12% flame damage. Got all of their enchantment cards. They're the important ones anyway. So even the mobs drop 6 crystals. No wonder this place is so much easier to farm than the other ones are. Because the other places they drop like 1 from the mobs. Yeah, I think Instant Thunder I probably only need to use when I'm trying to avoid those AoEs. Keep focusing on the fire still. I was kind of trying to go through the rotation here just to apply all of the etches, but I'm not sure if that's optimal here. I'm really bad at rotations. Oh yeah, Abyss of Light by the second last wave. It starts doing badly, and sometimes when I'm on the last wave, it is literally a slideshow. At least when the boss spawns, it's fine, but I think they got too many effects going on inside Abyss of Light. At least here, it is running smooth. But again, I did finish my Abyss of Light farming, so I don't know that I need to do much more Abyss of Light. Is there any other holy? Again, I guess eventually my holy sword is going to want a level S35 weapon, but I don't know exactly how much longer that's going to be, so by then maybe I might get lucky inside the S35 dungeons, or S30 dungeons. Honestly, if I just rotate these three skills here, or even just fire and ice. Well, I mean, the good thing about being able to have like some archive behind your weapons is you don't really need to worry as long as you're not trying to do some pretty intense stuff. But Reaper is actually super tanky because with the mobs that it spawns with the little sum guys. Hey look, I legitimately am gonna beat it within the proper timer without having to reset. I am gonna reset just because I want to make sure that you still can. But the final boss is waiting, so let's go ahead and reset. Yeah, you can still reset. Okay, with one of every element. This is generating... Oh, it does generate storm etches. Okay, I was wondering why I kept getting storm etches but not lightning. I thought it might just generate a random one, but no. It's guaranteed to generate a storm. Yeah, I think jump casting is a waste here because I'm not getting any benefits from those hits. And I can see they're only doing like 1 or 2 damage, but the mobility is nice. Being able to just keep moving. Sorry, I'm kind of locked in a bit. I'm gonna use a big charm because he's gonna drop a whole bunch for me, okay? I need a lot of those crystals, okay? Well, I wouldn't say it was a lot. Can I just say, this is gorgeous. But it's not a braid, and they need to stop calling things braid. Oh, I guess there's a teeny little one in the hair, but it's not a braid. It's not a braid. I do like the hair, though. I'd buy it if I could afford it and wasn't saving up for something important. Now, we could just run the entire thing again here, because I am very much interested in getting some more crystals. But hold on, do I have some floating around from last time? I do. 20. Well, it's not nothing. Hold on. Whew. Well, look at all my friends. Don't really need these. Anyway, what I came here for was... It's level 70? No, 80. Of course I've got friends. Soul crystals and deep fire glass. Yeah, I've got those. Thought I had a partial stack of soul crystals somewhere, but that's okay. Aw, come on. I've got friends. They just go to school in Canada. You wouldn't have heard of them. No. I don't have any friends that are in school age. Oh yeah, I should take on that lava stone. Do, do, do. Isn't that... Isn't that the one? It doesn't say the class, but isn't Cleaving Blade? Hold on a second here. Is that a mistranslation of the Smite Edge? Raging Slash is... No, it can't be, because it's before... Cleaving Blade's gotta be the... Wait, what do you call it? Guardian, sorry. That's Great Axe, Staff, Grimoire, Cannon... Haha! Holy Sword. Is it a duelist skill? I would have thought that it would be a Guardian, but that's fine. Anyway, yes, I do have one. What's your character name? I should have known it wouldn't be first. Obviously it wouldn't, because the class wasn't released at first. Edict. Okay, hold on a second here. Do. It doesn't say it's bound, so it should be good. Ta-da! Now you can shuffle that and get yourself some accuracy. I don't even know what the market's like for them right now, so I have no idea how to price it. If you feel like you don't want to accept it for free, you can send any random item in the mail, and we'll judge you on your gift-giving skills. Yeah, I'm super good at this thing. Alright, let's see how much a single potion helps. I don't know how much faster this is. It's hard to tell. I'd have to like put it side by side and then take into consideration the fact that the first time I was running through, I'd forgotten to double check what all my skills do. Right? Like, these guys drop stacks of 6. Every other dungeon, the mobs only drop 1. Honestly, in this dungeon, I don't usually have issues with lag. It's only in Abyss of Light that I have run into issues with the lag. What was I gonna do? Oh, I didn't even have my guys summoned either. I'm so good at this. I should probably use these little buffs like this as well, because at some point I need to empty my inventory. Well, Whirlpool Abyss gets a ton of effects too. This Abyss is really simplistic in that there's nothing super fancy going on. You're just running through the same 2 rooms over and over again. I remember doing this on my bow, and like just every once in a while I would finally get everything lined up and hit him with a massive strike, but then between those it would do 0 damage, so it's kind of nice to just see his HP bar consistently moving down, and I should have grabbed fancier drop charms. In fact, I should have grabbed a day charm, because now I probably need to run this again tonight on the next reset, now that I've got this Missy built up for it. Or I know that this Missy can hack it. Although I don't need to rush that much, right? Because my Ravager isn't even 35 yet, is she? She's not. But it feels like it's such a waste to try and build up an S15 weapon when I know that I'm about to upgrade. Hey. The difference between hacking and hacking it is quite different. Now I still better run it again tonight, because then my manual is only going to be active another day. And I know for sure I'm going to be working tomorrow. It's always busy after a stat holiday, so I'll be in. Honestly, the bosses are worse for the Inferno crystals here. It's probably not even worth fighting the final boss for the time to crystals obtained ratio. At least for me. And these guys aren't guaranteed drop, so some drop rate might not be amiss, right? Like, these guys don't have 100% drop rate, do they? Yes! Honestly, the temptation to just run in, fight the first set of mobs, and leave, and do that nice and slowly until my Ravager is S35? I'm vibing. That seems like it's actually a solid strategy. Oh yeah. Present in the mail? A clustered fruit. Interesting choice, interesting choice. We actually have some grapes in the fridge. I think they're a little sad, though. What can you do with sad grapes? Oh. You can focus on the fight and not die. That's one thing you can do. Okay, I kind of turned my brain off there for a bit and wasn't even focusing on what skills I was using. Wine. I was wondering, because they're a little bit raisiny. Like the grapes are turning into like a little bit shriveled. So I'm thinking maybe if I were to just like boil them down and make kind of like a grape compote kind of thing, might be nice. Actually, I've got not a proper fire holy chest here, so actually I'd have to take a look after I finish the boss. Hello, Mystica. I am playing on the official global server, so that is the one that used to be run by a different company and has been going for about, I think, 14 years now? Maybe 13. So it's quite an old server. Obviously you can still start on it fresh. There is the other version, the Order Kingdom Impact, that was started last summer, but yeah, I'm hesitant to recommend to play that one because I'm not a fan. As for how endgame is, here's the question though. If you're into MMOs, you kind of know that part of the game is just kind of grinding out different stuff, right? So I don't have super ultra endgame gear here, and this is a solo challenge dungeon that reduces your damage to 0, so that's why I'm struggling right now. So if you enjoy just kind of like grinding stuff out, if you enjoy putting together interesting costumes out of a huge, vast catalog, you might find the game fun, but once you pass level 100, there is going to be grinding. So if you think that grinding makes a game not very fun, for me, I find it quite relaxing, then it might not be the game for you. Like, I'm definitely totally relaxed here. No need to ask me to turn on a heart rate monitor so you can see my heart rate going crazy. Although I was actually debating turning that on for the stream. I found a heart rate monitor I can use, and I was debating trying it out just to see. Well, absolutely great job recognizing that. Was the fact that that thing behind me says Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles a good enough hint? But yes, this song is called Until That Time Comes from the remake of Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. I love the music from that game. This plays. Actually, this is when the game Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles remake came out. They said that some of the there was at least some music tracks that were originally intended to be in the original game but couldn't fit. I think this might be the actual only one that was intended to be in the original game, because it's the only one that has like a solid place that it fits. Oh, I love Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, by the way. 100% love that game. This version plays... I played the original one as well, mind you, but this version of the song plays in Violus Luz, the dungeon that's right next to the Selkie, or not Selkie, sorry, the Uke place, right next to Shella. And this is the version that plays when it's dried out and you have to reactivate the water pumps to be able to bring back water to the river. If you remember the mechanic of every couple of years the river would dry up and you had to go back and reactivate the pumps at the sluice by casting life on them. It's been a long time, but if you remember right off the start... No, it was not a long moment. It was me trying to recall... I'm sorry. At the main island, or I guess the mainland that you're on at the start, has 4 zones, right? You've got the zone next to your hometown. You've got the zone next to the... it's got the little What's the town in the second map? I don't remember what the town in the second area of the map is called anymore. And then you got the zone with Alphateria that's not connected to any of the water. And then the last one you've got Shella, which has the sluice. So this version of the music for that level only plays when the sluice is dried up. So I think that when they said that there was music that was cut from the original game because there wasn't enough size on the disc, this is probably the one they meant. But I think the interesting thing about the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles music is that I've probably listened to the music from that game more than anything else in the entire world, because I used to fall asleep to it every night. Oh, I highly recommend playing it again if you can. Because when I came back to it when I was a little older, I found it to be there's so much stuff about the game that I appreciate more now. And I'm not focused very much on my rotation, so I am dying pretty badly here, but lock in, we got this. But if you like the music from Crystal Chronicles, I know you might not be interested in playing Genshin Impact, but I highly recommend trying to listen to the music from Nod Cry from Genshin Impact, because it's got similar flavors, and it's very enjoyable. Well, you know, I actually replayed it not too long ago as a live stream. Oh, I'm sorry, Simo, my apologies. 160% flame damage. See, the problem isn't necessarily so much your flame damage, it's everything else that's going into it. And Dragus, as I said, I don't necessarily think that you'd like the game, but try listening to the music from Nod Cry. If you like the stuff from Crystal Chronicles, like if you enjoyed the music from Crystal Chronicles, I would say that you'd probably enjoy the music from Nod Cry. I'm sorry, Simo, I missed your message earlier. I don't think just fire damage is enough. There's other factors in play here, so hold on a second here, let me see what I've got going on. Come on, stop moving on me. I've got 277% damage versus flame targets, and as you can see, I am still not exactly cakewalking my way through here. I'm impressed if you got if you only played the game for a bit and you already got to Nod Cry, but hey, if you didn't enjoy it, that's to each their own. Chaska. Chaska's rerunning next time, right? I am planning on getting the new character, Linnea, because after trying extremely hard to get Varka on any of 3 accounts, I did not get him. But at the very least, I'm very close to Pity with Guarantee on 2 accounts. No, fair enough, but I do find that if you don't like gacha games, 100% fair enough. I don't think gacha games are great in general, but I do enjoy playing Genshin Impact, kind of in the same way that I enjoy playing Aura Kingdom. I just find that the gameplay itself is inherently enjoyable. I do also get a little bit too emotional over gacha pulls, so I also do not do any gacha pulls on stream because I do not want to encourage, like, spending money. Like, I don't want... Even if I had saved up as a free-to-play, and I do free-to-play on 2 accounts, I don't like the idea of doing pulls on stream, because that could, desensitize other people to what it actually costs if you wanted to do that kind of thing without spending 3 months grinding. But I just find the gameplay inherently enjoyable. And hey, you can't ask for more than that from your games, right? So even though I was distracted, we're 1.5 minutes faster, or at least 1 minute faster, because I know we were at 3 minutes when I started the last boss last time. But if I'm focusing, I wonder how we'll do here. Badly. Oh, come on. That's what focusing gets me. Now let's drop another energy complex. Got our pets out. I might have to open up the window after this. I'm actually getting quite overheated. Oh, my weapon's about to break too. Shoot. Alright, how do we play this? I feel like 45% should be enough to feel significantly better. Now, hold on. I swear I just repaired my staff. Got her C6 and quit the game. Hey, that's it, you beat the game when you got Arlecchino to C6? Or Arlecchino, sorry. I did something similar. I'm not going to say C6, but I did something similar in Star Rail in that I stopped enjoying the gameplay. So I got what's your face? Or no, what's his face? I got Aventurine, and I was like, okay, I beat the game now. I got the cool dude character without spending anything. Okay, I'm done. Goodbye. And I just have not opened it up still. Yeah, Arlecchino's been surprisingly. You know, I did play Crystal Bearers, but here's the thing is I actually could not beat it, and I don't know if it was an issue with my console, but the game lagged really badly on my Wii console. It lagged like nobody's business, and I simply could not figure out what to do. I wish it was not a Wii exclusive, although some one of these days maybe I'll dust off the Wii and see whether or not I can get through it, because I do have it. Kinda wish they had just made it a PlayStation game. Oh, yeah, I never had a Wii U. I really wanted to get a Wii U for a very long time because I wanted to play Xenoblade Chronicles X. So do it on stream. Honestly, maybe. I really wanted to get a Wii U to play Xenoblade Chronicles X, and when I was like, for like probably 2 years, I would constantly be watching for like a second-hand Wii U to show up somewhere cheap nearby, and then the shop shut down. So then not only would I have needed to find a second-hand Wii U, I would need to find a second-hand copy of the console, and I was like, sorry, not just the console, but also the game, and I just gave up. So I am so happy Xenoblade X came out for the Switch finally. But yeah, no, I think the worst part is that I have some relatives that have a Wii U. I know they have a Wii U. Okay, I was looking, like, not recently. It was quite a while back when everybody was like, oh, this console sucks, and the Switch came out. The Wii U was relatively cheap because people were like, this sucks, I don't need it, it's a confusing mess, right? But I have some relatives that I know have a Wii U, and the worst thing is that I was like, hey, you guys probably don't use your Wii U anymore. Would I be able to borrow it or buy it off of you at a reasonable price? And they were like, no, we don't have a Wii U, we've only got a Wii. And I'm like, I know you have a Wii U because we played a game that used that external screen thingy, and it was definitely a Wii U. And they're like, no, we've only got a Wii. So then, like, after Xenoblade X got announced for the Switch, my mother went to visit those relatives because they live in a different city, which is why I couldn't go in person. And she went and looked at it, and they're like, yeah, all we have is a Wii, and they send me a picture of a Wii U, and it's like... I'm sorry, I literally brought my hands to my face so the tracking was lost, but they had one the whole time. They literally never touched it because the kids that were using it had aged out of it, and I was like, yeah, I'll take it off your hands, I'll pay you for it. And they were like, nah, it's the wrong console, you don't want this one. gosh, I was so mad. Right now, you're right. The Wii U is more of like a retro console kind of, like it's in the retro console genre for most people, so the price is going back up. But when I was looking, the price was absolutely going down because there was nothing that anybody wanted it for, right? Like it was not the console that people wanted at the time. So then they shut off the shop, and I was like, well, now I'd have to find the game too. I can't just buy a digital copy of the game, and then it's like, at this point, why am I trying so hard to not pirate something if they don't want me to have it? So I'm glad they announced the real version because I was getting pretty darn close to pirating it. I probably should have. But I really enjoyed the game, Xenoblade. It was totally worth the wait. I know I had some more. Actually, I probably shouldn't put those in the shared warehouse because I'm going to end up with way too much stuff in shared. As for pull luck, gosh, in Genshin, I've been so bad lately. I have not won a 50-50 since Natlan started. Which is rough. I've been doing good on the weapon banner, though. This morning, I was like, yeah, I'll just do one quick 10 pull on the weapon banner because I have both Skirk and Escoffier. And, I was at, like, 30 pity. And, yeah, I was at like 30 pity and I got Skirk's weapon, so I was very happy with that. I really love, obviously Xenoblade music just came on. I really love Xenoblade, but if you're gonna play them, even though you could definitely just start anywhere, I mean, there's certain things about the games that will be more enjoyable if you were to play it in order. Definitely play the first one first, because the battle system starts out a little bit janky, or rather I should say a lot janky, and gets unjanky as the first game goes through. In the second game, I would say that, again, it starts a little bit janky, but then it gets really, really good as you get later on and they add more layers to it. And then for the last game, I felt like the battle system was just unjankified from the start. So if you play, even though you could technically play them in any order, if you start with the third one, the first one is going to feel way too janky. Now, my problem is that I actually played the original Xenoblade Chronicles on the 3DS quite a while back, and I do not remember all the details. And boy, is that a game with a lot of details. Oh, frankly, if you're not interested in the other ones, then go for it, but I'll say the whole series is peak. It's totally worth it. You might, if you enjoy the first one, highly recommend all of them. I really hope that they create something that, like, I know that the series of Xenoblade is kind of over, but I really hope that they have a spiritual successor coming up. Unlike Tales of, who just, oh gosh, they yeah, Tales of has been a bit of a problem recently. Did you know what they just announced? You know what they just announced for Tales of? They were like hyping up this big announcement that something was going to be coming for the 30th year anniversary. And what is it but just a series of art? I think it was like 100 some odd pieces of art from every game redone by Production IG and UFO Table. Literally not even a new game, not an anime, just some art. And I mean, cool, but like, it's your 30th year anniversary and your big announcement is we're gonna release some art? Like, I'm gonna say that's, I don't vibe. I have not played Hogwarts Legacy and I don't really plan to. Not my kind of game. And not really interested in the franchise. See, that's what I mean, though. You build up hype doing a countdown to an announcement, and then it's just, we're gonna release some brand new art for all of the games. It's like, cool, but is that it? Would have been nice to see, like, next game in production or something. I mean, hey, if you like Hogwarts Legacy, all the power to you. I'm not a fan of Harry Potter, so it doesn't feel like the kind of game that I would enjoy. You didn't even need the automatic translation to have all your messages screwed up there, eh? Right, there's no use running dungeons on her. I literally added some fancy charms and whatnot on my Ravager, and I have not even played my Ravager for most of the stream so far. I mean, you don't need to get into an argument about opinions about games. I would fight to death to say that Nier Automata is one of the most beautiful games, story-wise and graphics-wise in general. But I completely understand if people disagree with me. So you don't need to get into a fight about having different opinions about the way that games are. Just, I think it's good that people make different kinds of games that appeal to different people, because it'd be super boring if just everybody only liked the same game. Where's my Ravager? Yeah, she's got a bit to go until we can use a 35 weapon anyway, so we'll just take it chill. Honestly, if you take a look at the, since we were talking about Crystal Chronicles earlier, if you look at the graphics for Crystal Chronicles on the GameCube, it like stands up so good because it wasn't going for realism. Like it's quite beautiful, even looking back at the console version nowadays. Okay. And Plinko, what are you key smashing about over there? I got stuck in Final Fantasy VII because I didn't play it for a year. And then I forgot what was happening. And hey, Yosios. What is my archive score? Now, my archive is not like leaderboard level, right? I'm not on the leaderboard for archive, so keep that in mind. I'm not top 100. Oh, hello, it's me can't spell. Hold on a second, where's my archive? What button is it again? 41,630. I think The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker might have been a bit of a tougher sell just because of the direction they had been going previously, but Final Fantasy fans were already kind of in a space where the anime-style graphics were acceptable. The real thing that made Crystal Chronicles such a mess is that they did the co-op for, they did the co-op requiring 4 Game Boy Advances and connection cables. So what, that's a couple extra $100 just to be able to play co-op? We did once, though. Like, my brother brought over 2 friends, and then I had a Game Boy Advance, and his friends brought their Game Boy Advances, and my brother had a Game Boy Advance, and so just one glorious time, we literally had 4 people playing Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles on the on a couch at home. It was amazing. It was super cool, though, the one time we managed to get it to work. Yeah, anyway, I'm just gonna run solo dungeons. I don't need to bring back all my gear now that I've got it set up to casually grind for her flame weapon once she's ready. Digimon! You know, I watched the Digimon show when I was younger, but I never actually ended up playing Digimon games. I don't even know what consoles they would have been for. I forgot. I do not have an idol on. One sec. Now, I know she's not really optimal, but we're in a solo dungeon. We don't need optimal. And she's pretty. Oh. Yeah, what the heck? We can play with our pets too! Actually, now that I think about it, my brother was the one that bought Crystal Chronicles. It's kind of shocking how much I adore that game, considering that I really wasn't even that super into it when I was younger. But looking back, there's so much about it that I love. And it's had a huge impact even on like the ideas of storytelling that I got from it. And it's a bit hard. I know that most people here don't really care that much, but I do like writing, and I'm not good at it, but I find it fun. And my pièce de résistance, my most, the story that I put most of my heart into, has borrowed some concept ideas from Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Of course, you can't read that one. You know, I was debating on my upcoming vacation, taking the time and no, not archive of our own. I write original fiction just for fun. And I think in high school I wrote some fan fiction, but you'd never know, like, you'd never be able to guess what it's Hold on. Did I say that poorly? I was doing my best. But wait. When I wrote fan fiction in high school, I was working, like, okay, I'd get home from school. I'd get home from school at, like, 3 o'clock, because I lived quite a ways from the school. Yeah, sure, you keep an eye out for that. I get home at 3 o'clock, I eat something, I'd rollerblade an hour downtown to go to work as a busgirl at a fish and chips restaurant, and then after the service was done, oh, and sometimes I worked as a dishwasher too, so sometimes I wouldn't even be done till like 11 at night, and then I'd get a ride home from my parents because it wasn't safe to rollerblade uphill 2 hours going back, because it would have taken me that long to go uphill back. And then I'd sit down at my CRT monitor and write fan fiction until I fell asleep. Those were the days. I think CRT monitors were already out of date by then too. I just remember because I had this desk, and I literally had that same desk right up until like 5 years ago, and it was like a cheap IKEA desk, and the fake surface had been worn down in some spots so much just by moving the mouse around because I didn't have a mouse pad, and like you were starting to see the press board. Wake up and go to school in the morning? I mean, like, I was a kid. I could get away with it. Nowadays, I need to sleep in when I'm tired. Did I accidentally go in party mode? Yes, I did. Whoops. I don't want to do that. My gear is not suitable for party mode. But yeah, no, I was living the life back then, just enjoying writing fan fiction for a very random niche fandom that you would definitely have not heard of, and I'm definitely not going to say, because if you knew which fandom it was, you would find it. Absolutely. I used a different internet name at the time, but you would find it. That's how small a fandom it is. Not a chance. But nowadays I just write original fiction for fun. I did put 2 of them up on my Ko-fi page, which you can get for free if you're really that interested, but it was not... Look, I don't have anything against yaoi. I just could not write it because I'm not that good at writing. But yes, there are 2 of my stories that I have made available as EPUBs that you can pick up on my Ko-fi page. The only thing is that I'm very shy about the fact that I'm a terrible writer, so if you get them, you have to agree to not talk to me about what you think about them, because I'm too embarrassed. And, not gonna lie, on my trip to Japan that's coming up here, I was thinking about fully re-editing the first one, because I was in a rush trying to finish the first one. Like, I was in a super rush to finish editing the first one to release it when I hit 500 subscribers, and I should not have been rushing. I should have taken my time and just done a good job of it. I might re-edit it fully from scratch while I'm in Japan and release a new version. So if you're thinking about, you're curious, I would suggest reading the second one. No. I'm talking literal typos and grammar errors that I should have caught. But that's how you know it's not AI, right? The second one is much better edited because I put a lot of heart and soul into editing that one, and I'm very happy with it. But actually, in high school, like, listen, like I said, for the first one, I was in a rush, and I was trying to get it out for when I hit 500 subscribers as like a little huzzah party. So that's why it ended up being a rush. But the second one, I took a little over a year to write. Right, so the second one, I said I took a little over a year to write. I did proper drafts. I cut it to pieces with the editing scissors to take out all the faff that was unnecessary, and I'm very proud of the second one, but I still think I'm a bad writer. So if you feel like reading just one of them, go for the second one, and keep an eye out for maybe a re-release of the first one. Oh, like I said, I was in such a rush. It was a shame. I should have done better. Alas. I remember my dad being like, I downloaded it! It's not my taste, but like, I mean, congratulations on finishing! And I'm like, Dad, that is worse than saying that, like, just not saying anything. But then again, when he got a new Kindle, he'd messaged me again like, hey, yo, where can I download a new copy to put on my new Kindle? And I'm like, Dad, please. Oh gosh, if you ask ChatGPT, it'll say that you're like a god's gift to writing, but no, I don't use AI to assist with my writing. It would probably flatten some of the weird eccentricities of my writing as well, so I would rather take full responsibility for my poor writing than have an AI try to turn it into something else. It's gonna be so weird being away from my computer. I haven't been on a proper vacation since 2010. Oh gosh, wasn't there that novel that came out? Like, it was already out in the... yes, it's been 16 years since I've been on a proper vacation. Well, I mean... I went on a trip. I'm not pushing 40. I went on a trip, and then I was working. We're grinding away. Saving money. Trying to get myself a home. Gosh, if you know anything about the, yeah, I'm Unk, okay? If you know anything about the, whatchamacallit, the housing market in Canada, unfortunately, I live in one of the worst regions. Not the worst area, but in one of the pretty bad regions, and trying to afford a home is extremely difficult. So I'm very fortunate that I have been able to afford a home. But, you know, that comes with, a pretty high bill. So, when I was working towards being able to afford a home. I didn't want to go on vacation and then afterwards it's been like, you know. So I was planning on going in 2020. I was actually making plans to go to Japan in 2020, and then obviously that didn't happen. And then we were kind of like roughly planning to go again, and like we were going to roughly plan to do a Japan trip in 2021, but if COVID was still bleh, so it just kind of fell apart. But now I got tickets for May. And I know it's not my normal hashtag content, but while I'm in Japan, I'm thinking I'd really like to do something silly and do like a coffee vlog. Like trying coffees from various different places and like sharing it with little shorts. I don't think IRL stream because that's not super safe. COVID-26 dropping, come on. Although, as I talked about recently, I do feel like anytime I get super excited for something, it falls apart. So I'm trying to be a little bit less super hype about it, because something tells me that if I get too hype about it, the whole thing will just end up getting cancelled at the last minute. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But yes, IRL streams involve giving your current location data to anybody who's got enough skill in GeoGuessr, I guess is the way to phrase it. So the tips I've seen that if you'd like to do like updates on a vacation thing is like, you know, just post a couple days late. So you're not at the location where you are currently posting from. For example, you don't take a photo of your hotel room where a hotel room could be tracked down until, like, you don't share a photo of you're inside your hotel room where you are until you've left that hotel, so that if someone who is not, again, I know I'm teeny tiny, but just for security reasons, it's probably safer not to share your current location when you're not at home. Again, I'm teeny tiny. It's not a concern. It probably wouldn't be a problem, but I'm already a nervous enough traveler given that I haven't done any traveling, so it's err on the side of safety. So I probably will be doing very poor editing because I'm bad enough at editing on my PC in the first place, and I'm not bringing a PC. I'm just bringing my phone and my tablet. So we'll see what comes out of it, but I think it will be fun to do like a little coffee vlog of tasting coffees at various cafes, and again, I'm trying not to get too excited, but like some of the friends that I'm going to be meeting there, they're sharing pictures of these cafes at the first place that we're staying, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be so good. Cute Japanese cafes! I'm so excited. Except that I'm not excited, because if I get excited, it'll get cancelled. Well, I don't know if I like traveling. Because it's been 16 years. Oh boy. Instantly gets cancelled. And you know what? It's not even necessarily that much of a joke, because, like, my brother was planning to go to Mexico. And, like, I don't know if you guys are super up to date on news or whatnot, but you remember, like, a little over a month ago, I think it was, that flights to Mexico were cancelled for, like, 3 days total? Yeah, well, that's the 3 days that my brother was planning on going. So it's... I have precedent for being worried about tiny things causing the whole thing to fall apart. Oh man, that would suck so much. I know you can't cancel me. And don't cancel my flight either, please. No! Look, I'm not super up to date on the Arknight's Enfield lore, so you can't cancel me for not immediately recognizing the differences between the... Oh no, specifically, sorry, the flight that my brother was going to take down to Mexico was during those 3 days that they had cancelled, so they didn't make it down to Mexico. They were going to spend, like, I think 2 weeks there. But they cancelled the flights going down, and that was that. Because there was a bit of a kerfuffle, if you remember the news. And of course, in my brain, I'm thinking World War III is starting, so that might cancel it. Well, unfortunately, there's other circumstances involved when you want to go on vacation. So if you already had a plan that there was a specific week that you were going and that gets cancelled, you can't always just change the date, right? Especially when you've got like vacation time at work, and they've also got a small child that they need to make arrangements for, so they just ended up having to cancel the whole thing. So it is what it is. I like Arknight's Enfield a lot, and if you don't like gacha games, then great news. I think the most fun part about it is not the combat, but I'm a factory main in Arknights. I absolutely adore my factory. It is a debacle though, so don't ask to see it. I was spending so much time on my factory in the first region that I legitimately just got to the point where I found a layout online and I imported it, and then I stopped messing with it. Okay, I didn't stop messing with it, but I for the most part stopped messing with it because it was taking too much of my brain space and whatchamacallit? Too much of my brain space and too much of my, like I'm trying to focus at work and my brain is like, but what if you laid it out this way? So I just I borrowed a layout from somebody online and I put that in the valley. But now for the second area, I'm trying to make it myself and it's a mess, but gosh, is it a glorious mess. I'm having a lot of fun with the factory in Arknights, but it's to the point that I legitimately just like forget to do things to increase my character's levels and whatnot, or do any of the fighting stuff, because it's just I'm having fun with my factory. And you're right, there are people that have said that I should legitimately just try to look up Factorio and maybe give that a shot, but I think I'm bad enough at the factories that Factorio Light Arknights is good enough. Well, I ended up, right up until last week, I was still playing Blue Protocol, but the group of people that I was raiding with ended up, like, I think the leader is going on vacation, so she wasn't going to be able to do the leads. So, I actually recently quit, Blue Protocol. In fact, as of last week, I didn't log in. And I was just gonna see whether or not I felt bad. Okay, now let's not spam too much, but you're right, the factory must grow. Yeah, what's my inventory looking like here? Hey, at least it looks like she'll be able to fund her own weapon. Oh. That's not shabby. I'm sorry. How are you supposed to pronounce it? Oh gosh. I'm bad enough at pronouncing things in the first place. I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, I can't say Saphir properly either. Well, no, if you can't even explain how to pronounce your own name, I feel like that's not on me. Saphir. Oh, I know I got some faff up there still. Looks good. Oh, we're starting to see the map fall apart. You know, it's funny, the other day when I was doing my Gaias, I realized afterwards that the world wasn't falling apart at all. Which is interesting. Alright, back to controller. Oh, I should run the Otherworld Hells because they've got the bonus drops on too. At least until Thursday. Yeah, so in the dungeons it's fine, but there's a bug where the longer you play or the more times you like swap maps, the textures start exploding, and I find it entertaining, but it is a bug. Just type it into Google Translate and use the voice button. Yeah, I don't know how accurate that's gonna be. I think you should be able to see it after I finish. It's a feature. Honestly, maybe it's an anti-overplaying thing where the game starts exploding textures to make it harder to play, to encourage you to go for a walk. But don't worry, I went for a walk before we started the stream today. I mean, it is absolutely broken, but it doesn't actually stop you from playing, and it only happens on the field maps, so... doesn't really get in the way of dungeon runs. Since I've got the... Well, this game is so old that even the monetization systems are from a different era. Its gacha equivalent is the least dopamine triggering thing in the world, but I don't show gacha or any kind of gambling type content on stream, so I'm not going to show you. Now, interestingly, this map seems to be holding it together, so I don't have any examples to show you here. But I'm sure we'll come across some more before the end of the stream if you stick around. It tends to get worse over time. Yeah, it was weird that it didn't happen the last time I was doing my Gaias, because normally I have to actually read log because the map gets so exploded that I can't see the entrance to the dungeon anymore. Or at least 2 months ago that's what happened. No, this is Genshin Impact music. The music isn't exactly suited to the game, so I've got my own playlist of music that I put on in the background because, vibes. So you can see the album art here when it's working properly behind me and kind of nudging towards that thing. The majority of the playlist is Genshin Impact, but every now and then some weird third party claims one of the tracks, and so I remove it and find some other stuff to add. Oh, hello. Unfortunately, I do not speak Spanish, so I'm not entirely sure what you said there. Oscarenzo Francisco Cruz. はい、実は日本語と英語しか話せない。I can only speak Japanese and English. いや、日本語の方は話せるっていうほどのものかもじゃないかもしれませんね。Oh, hello, Valley! I hope so. I've put a lot of effort into my Japanese. But I never have anybody to speak to, so I understand more Japanese than I can speak properly. Like, I do a lot more listening to Japanese than I do speaking, so my Japanese speaking, even though I've put a lot of effort into it, I don't know if it's up to snuff. Ooh! Where are you at in your lessons? Like, are you taking classes or just doing it kind of chill on the side? My Japanese is mid. My biggest hope is that I don't get too scared and just not say anything, because I had this nightmare when I was younger where basically everything, all the Japanese I learned was a lie. Like, there was some secret extra cabal making up a version of Japanese to teach to foreigners so that they would make a fool of themselves in Japan. And there is, like, literally no way that could possibly be true. Like, that there was an overarching conspiracy to teach foreigners fake Japanese so that they could make fun of them when they visit. But, like, there's this part of my brain that's like, you don't actually speak any Japanese. It's fake. Despite the fact that I've passed N3. Well, congratulations on starting, because starting is the hardest part. Okay, so I hope you'll be able to understand my response here, but yes, the Eidolon archive does add a lot of extra stats, which are very important for endgame, but depending where you are, it might be that you're actually lacking pen, which is not only from the archive. So one thing you might want to check out, oh, it's kind of hard if you don't have your gear handy. If you remember what pen is, I don't even have them on. This stat here, this might be the real issue, not so much your Eidolon archive. So, hold on a second here. I think I need to go into a dungeon to show you. I can't beat this in this gear, but anyway, so when a mob has a gold shield like this, it means they've got pen resistance, and if you don't have enough pen to damage them, then it doesn't matter. Nothing else about your stats. Nothing else about your stats matters at all if you don't have enough pen to counter that shield. Now, I've got 160% pen, so I'm okay, but if you don't have enough pen, you're just doing 0 damage. So you might want to double check on your pen stat. I mean, you died there, obviously, but double check on your pen stat and check out against the archive website the dungeons you're in to see how much pen you need, if you're familiar with the archive website. Or the database website, sorry. As for max archive, it is absolutely over 30,000. I'm not top 100, and I'm at 41k here. If we go to the leaderboard, the top player in the game has 49k for the archive. Actually, that's probably top archive since so many people have the same stat, or the same number. Yeah, I'm not in the ranking there, but as for here... Doo-doo, that's me! I'm number 22 on the achievement ranking. Woo! Yay, it's me! Well, it's Haruo and Zeka. They're both in the same guild, that's all. Archive is really big, but it's not 100% necessary, especially if you're just going to stick with solo content and playing with other players. But if you want to solo party dungeons, that's basically the only way to get enough stats to do it. You know, you're not super familiar with this game, so I wouldn't hold it against you. Now these guys have reflect, so we gotta make sure to not get too many of them without killing them all. I'm kind of chilling out with some solo dungeons here if you haven't been around since the start. I'm just vibing out. We did some harder dungeons earlier and it's time to chill. And the other thing is I'm currently playing with a controller, so you can tell by my mouse movements being all weird. That's not technically natively supported, so I made a video about how. You know, if you had a team of people that were all invested in actually trying to get through, you would not suffer as much. The problem is that there's because the game has been around for so long, there's not a ton of people at the same level as you. Relative same speed. Now, the thing about speed... sorry, I should finish a sentence before I get distracted by the next message. If you guys sincerely wanted to play together, a team of people all at about the same level, as long as you're, like, all building up your classes properly, you'd probably be able to do just fine. Up to level 100, there's not even really that much of a grind. You can see that in my history, I've done live streams where I've literally done 0 to 100 in one sitting. Very doable. Well, if you've got an archive, one sitting is doable, but 0 to 100 is very doable without a significant amount of grinding. But after that, you are going to be running dungeons where it's going to take a bit more grinding. It's not going to just elevator you to the next map after having beaten the map kind of thing. And if you were building up your classes in a proper party, you'd be able to probably, as long as everybody was pulling their weight, you'd probably be able to do party dungeons as a group together. The issue right now is that you got the people that are super well geared to the point that they're one-shotting bosses next to people that can't keep up in move speed. So that's kind of where the issue lies for new players, is that if you try and join up with old players, you're going to get carried so hard that you won't be at the first boss by the time they're killing the final boss, right? As for power creep, yeah, there's classes that are better and worse. For example, the Warbow is a very suffering class. They took away all of its AoE and made it a single target debuffer. So if you're trying to do anything other than single target debuffing, the Warbow class is gonna suck. You're not gonna have any fun with it. Proper party. Well, I don't know that you'd necessarily need a healer so long as you could probably do a party of 5 DPSs as long as everybody uses a lifesteal sub-weapon. You'd probably be fine. But what I mean is that everybody plays a different class so that you're all inflicting different debuffs on the targets. So for example, every class has its own set of skills, obviously. So it's got its own set of debuffs. So if everybody is a DPS class afflicting the bosses with debuffs, then you're kind of stacking the best of every class, right? I think as long as everybody was vibing out as a DPS, you'd be fine with as long as you got nocturnal subs. 260 pen and 200 element damage, but can't carry Vo floor 8. Oh, maybe. But let's say, for example, you got one person playing Wizard, which absolutely rocks. You got one person playing Source, which has ridiculous debuffs and also some heals built into the... Oh, no, this is Final Fantasy 15 there, Blinko. Like, a Wizard is amazing. Whatchamacallit. Source has got great debuffs, but it's also a DPS class. And then you've got... What's it called? The, I mean, if you had something like somebody on a Holy Sword, the Holy Sword's got some pretty good debuffs in there too. I mean, if anybody felt like playing Warbow, it would do great in a party where you weren't nuking a boss before you could even apply any debuffs. And yes, I did actually stop playing Aura Kingdom Impact because I felt like it wasn't respecting my time. Like, I got a finite number of hours in the day, and in order to keep up in Impact, I would have to run every single dungeon to the maximum amount I would be allowed to in a day. And some people were even saying they were doing it on multiple characters and still struggling to keep up as free to play, and I don't like that. One of the things that I found enjoyable about that version of the game was the Eidolon infusions, but they're not even really that impressive unless you get the Eidolons to 4-star, and the amount of LP needed to 4-star those better Eidolons was ridiculous because they decided to... It required so much LP, and the LP became such an important resource because gold was used to fortify your gear. You'd never have enough gold, and then like it's ridiculous. And sorry, me can't spell the specifically. I wasn't trying to say that you had to find classes with synergy. I was just thinking about if everybody picks a different DPS class. Nobody's buffs or nobody's debuffs are overlapping, so as long as everybody picked a different DPS class and used a nocturnal subclass, you'd be fine. It's only if you start overlapping that it starts getting a little bit less optimal, because only the strongest one can apply it. Classes that have a chain effect like Ravager, you've got the Grenadier and you've got the Holy Sword, and technically Lance has it. Oi, 何を言ってる? 英語を話してたんだよ。あの動画では。まったく、違う言葉で話していると言ったら、本当にそうするんですよ。本当に日本語を話すよ。まったく。この人はね。Oh, does Reaper one of them? Which minion has a bounce on Reaper? As you could tell, I haven't played that one very much. Night quest. Midday's gone. You've unlocked midnight again. Not really. Oh, formula? Oh, it's 30. I should run the dungeons that drop S20 armor, because Scrub really needs. I actually don't know who Hannah Lee is, but I'm gonna take it as a compliment and leave it at that. Yeah, if we keep going down dungeons, I'm not going to be getting so much experience. Not that it matters that much. I'm not too fussed about it. And then I'll go ahead and try and get some S20 armor scrolls. These guys drop S20? Yeah. Romantics Anonymous. I can't say I've ever heard of that, but that's why we have a notepad. I will look it up later. Although, speaking of voice though, I am planning on submitting my application for a voice acting role today. Was it really that bad? I didn't think I was speaking any weird in that video. I was just doing my normal voice thing. But yeah, no, it's there's an indie game that I'm gonna be submitting an application for being a voice actor in, and fingers crossed. I don't think I'm good enough to actually get a role. However, I feel like if it's something that I'd like to do, and it was kind of my dream when I was in high school, was to get into voice acting, so I feel like I just gotta do it. I just gotta start applying, even though I think I'm not good enough. Well, you know, the recording situation is pretty bad here, so I think my mic is good enough quality, so it's really just a matter of me getting the environment to match. And the other day, when I was trying to do my recordings, there was like this dog in the neighborhood that kept barking. Well, I'm glad that you think so, because I love the Tales games, although I generally do play them with the Japanese voice acting. And I want to say that it's not because I don't think that the English voice actors are good, it's because I'm trying to keep my Japanese skills high, and I need to introduce Japanese language into my life at any moment I can. Like any option I have where I could have some Japanese exposure, I want to take it, because that's gonna, like, that exposure is what's gonna help me continue to keep my skills passable. If not, maybe at some point I'll be able to confidently say that I'm good at Japanese, but today is not that day. My favorite oh, this is gonna be controversial, you're not gonna like it. I like Tales of Zestiria. Unsubscribe, blocked immediately, I know, but it's my favorite one. I like the characters a lot. The story definitely had some weak points, but the combat, extremely enjoyable. The story, like I said, it had some weak points. I loved it. Berseria was fun. I liked the combat in Berseria as well, but the, just something about Zestiria just lives in my heart rent-free forever. And, I mean, obviously, you can't see behind me, but, like, right behind me, I've got, like, a... I have my special, Srei statue, the Srei Mikleo armatized version. It's a gorgeous statue, I love it, and it's behind me every time I'm streaming. I kind of wish I could put it in front of me, but there's just no space for it, where I could keep it in my sight while I'm online. Gosh, if I just give it another 2 years or something, I betcha I could play Zestiria without, like, as if, like, without being able to recall every little detail. Now, that being said, I actually started learning Japanese to play Tales of games. Like, to import Tales of games. And the very first game that I played in full Japanese was Tales of Vesperia. They exist in real life too, yes. Actually, I've got 1, 2... Okay, I've got 3 coffee cups on my desk right now because I have my morning coffee cup, and I have a, I have a hot coffee cup in the morning. I've got my, my travel mug coffee cup over here, and I've got my iced coffee cup right here in reality. And yes, I do have some statues. But in Aura Kingdom, my favorite Eidolon is Tyr. Oscar Enzo, keep up the good work. I know that other languages or working in another language is hard, but I hope that you're able to enjoy other languages as well. You're doing your best, and the fact that you can understand me when people keep telling me my accent is all over the place is impressive enough. Oh boy. But as for the midday lore, when my new model comes out, the lore is gonna go crazy. If you're just relatively green to the midday live stream experience, I've been working on getting a new model made. This model that I'm currently using, I made from a screenshot of Aura Kingdom, and I've been working with an artist for like about a year now, and we have a new model coming. I need to get it rigged, though. I rigged my current one, and so obviously it's not very good because I'm not a very good rigger, but I'm gonna hire a professional rigger, and it's gonna be so good! After I get back from Japan, we'll see what I can afford in terms of a professional rigger. Actually, to be honest, I kinda want to get back into rigging. I kinda want to relearn how to rig. Rigging. VTuber model rigging. So, if you're not familiar with how a VTuber model works, basically you take a piece of art that's got a whole lot of layers in it, and then you have to like independently animate every part of it, and it's called rigging when you set up the framework that allows it to move. And then there's another program that drives the model afterwards, but basically you just kind of have to animate it. So I downloaded the free trial version of Live 2D Cubism when I wanted to make this model, and I worked really hard with a bunch of tutorials with my debacle of attempt to create layers out of a screenshot, and this is what resulted from that. But I have wanted to make a proper model for like even before I made this one, so it's finally I have the art done. I just need to find somebody to do the rigging for me. No rigging. You know, if I were to try to get back into rigging, would that be something like that might be something I would live stream, like working on how to get different parts of it to work. And who knows, maybe a real professional might stop by and give me advice and I wouldn't be so bad at it. But for the time being, I do not have, I mean, obviously I don't have the full version of the Live 2D Cubism program that allows you to do all the rigging stuff. So my new model has too many layers for the free version. I wouldn't be able to save it, even if I was just goofing around trying to learn. But yeah, getting a professional to handle my beautiful new model, guys, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be an after my trip kind of thing, because I need to double check that my budget will still be in place after. You don't even know what the banned option is and you're voting for it. Kind of crazy stuff going on here. So, the lore behind the banned option is I create polls for what I'm gonna do for the next live stream, and that's partially I'm not 100% on what I feel like, and partially because that functions as doubling up as a announcement for a live stream. And I was adding an option at the bottom that was just sleep in. Like, no, don't do a live stream, sleep in instead. And it wasn't really winning. I think it only won once. If even once, the option to sleep in. But some people found it to be somewhat annoying, so they asked me to ban the sleep in option. So I threw up a poll that says, ban the sleep in option going forward, and of course it won. So now you've got a banned option on the list, but you guys keep voting for it, so I don't know what you want. I mean, I know what you want. You want to be evil. You want to go against the rules, that's all. Schrodinger's option. I wouldn't say it's quite Schrodinger's option, but you guys voted to ban the option, so now there's a banned option. What can I say? I mean, we run a democratic stream here. Are you inviting me to sing a song, Plinko? Is that what's going on here? You'd like me to sing? Of course not. I was thinking about doing... You know, I think one of the interesting things about running a democratic stream is that generally Aura Kingdom is the only option that wins when it's available, so I should know better than to, well, I mean, obviously second to the sleep-in option or the band option, but I should really just start not offering anything other than Aura Kingdom, and then you can live in a real democracy. I'm kidding. Voting matters. Please vote, and you're able to make educated votes to represent yourself, because if everybody believes that it's useless to vote for the party they actually want because it'll never win, that party will truly never win. I know what you mean, though. The region that I live in is extremely hardline, the opposite direction of my political votes as well. So it does feel sometimes like throwing away a vote, but it's still important, because if everybody that disagreed with the candidate that always wins in our riding just never showed up because it felt useless, nothing's ever gonna change. Yeah, it is what it is. Oh, that was pretty good. It hit all of them. Might be wishful thinking to think that a S20 armor formula will drop, but it is what it is. I'll keep going. I think there's 2 more dungeons that drop them. Well, depending on the area, and again, I don't really want to get super political here, but depending on the region where you're in, it is valid to vote for a party if the significant changes will be felt on a party scale, if the number of representatives from that party going to the further chamber is important. Like if that affects the way that laws and whatnot are passed in your area, it is valid to vote for a party even if you kind of have to hold your nose for the candidate in your region, because sometimes you need to look at, or you have to look at the bigger picture. Democracies are complicated. So, as long as you're aware of the decision that you're making and the reason why, I think it is valid for you to vote in the way that you feel best represents what you're trying to achieve with that vote. But, I guess good luck to the US. You guys got a bit of an uphill battle ahead of you. The reason why your level is going to be so much higher than the quest levels are is because over the years they've adjusted the curve. So you get a lot, or rather, I suppose it's not that you get a lot more experience, it's that each level requires less now than it used to. So yes, your level is going to show higher than what the current quest level is. Just keep going. It'll synchronize later. Yep. It is what it is in terms of voting. But I still think that... What do you mean, doesn't it feel weird for older players? No. Okay, so the first time they did the curve adjustment, they actually made it so that you kept your bonus experience. But after that, and so then the next time you logged in, everybody was like pushed up a bunch of levels, and people were mad actually. People were mad that they got extra levels out of it. And the reason was because at that time there was a secret cabal of PvP players who kept their level artificially low in order to compete in the easier rankings. Because there was less powerful gear, so you could fight against people that were also dealing with not being able to use super high-end equipment, right? So when they when they adjusted the curve and they gave everybody free experience, all those people got pushed out of that PvP ranking, and they got mad. So since then, you keep your current percent level at the, I mean, it isn't gonna, I don't think it's gonna happen again for a reshuffle of the curve. But if you, I did not. I didn't even participate in it because PvP scares me. But basically since then, every time they have done an adjustment to the curve, you maintain your current level and percent, and it rescales everything before it. I've never heard anybody complain about the fact that you get less, or that it's easier for the new players. In fact, we kind of like it because then it makes it easier for them to catch up a little bit. As for the fragment rates, Simo, I don't believe that there is any difference. Sometimes you do 150 links with a link sprite, and you come back and you got 5 frags in your inventory. Sometimes you do it for 3 days and you don't get a single one. It is completely RNG, so if you've got superstitions, things that you think might emotionally make you feel better or better about the luck of getting fragments, go ahead and use them, but I do not believe that the time limit adjustment for the fragments or for the linking affects the amount of fragments that you get. See, the thing about me is that when I play PvP, my heart rate spikes and then I can't make smart decisions. And you see how bad I was at trying to keep up my rotation in regular combat against a single boss. I'm not I'm not the kind of person that can handle PvP well. I get too nervous. Of course, Aura Kingdom's late game PvP is very much a not a lot of fun in my opinion, because nowadays, since the PvP's been harmonized all into one zone, the only people that go are the people with super high level gear, and you've got 0 shot. To upgrade an Eidolon to the next star level, you need a second key. Rather, I should say, to upgrade 2 or 3, you need a second key. So you need in total 3 keys for an Eidolon. The 4th star can be unlocked with just an oath ring. You don't need another key. So in total, as long as you're ignoring the, whatchamacallit upgrade, the combo skill upgrade, because I don't think there's any value in the combo skill upgrade, you would need 35 fragments for each Eidolon. That would be 3 keys and 5 for their last wish. And Delta Force. I don't know that I've ever played an extraction shooter, but I'm not super good at shooter games either, so... Oh, what's this? Oh, hold on one second. I've got to reply to this message. Sorry about that. You just point and shoot. Ah. White Tiger. Are you talking about Tigarius Caesar? Well, if you've been getting one daily, then you've been getting all of my fragments, because I haven't got the most recent fragment I've got, and I'm talking about in like the last month, is one that I got yesterday. So it's legitimately just RNG. There's nothing much you can do about that. But nothing I say would convince you here, unfortunately, I think. So... Val? White tiger named Val? The only Eidolons that were humanoid... Oh, hold on a second. Did you mean... Actually, I haven't watched anything related to Has Been Hotel. Did you mean this, Missy? Kitami? Could be Kitami. Because Tigarius is only white once you get him to... I guess his fur turns white once you get him to 3-star, but he's yellow before. Well, then the only one that comes to mind is... I think he's lightning, right? This guy. And this guy is super easy to farm, so you don't need to worry if you lost some of his fragments. Yeah, because all the new Eidolons were humanoid, because, I don't know, I guess humanoid sells better. Yeah, that's the end of my coffee. Oh, we're about to hit reset. Yeah, well, I suppose it's a refreshing that I don't need to worry about it too much because they don't release cool new cool dude Eidolons all the time. But they certainly do have a cool new dude out this week that I'm not going to be able to get on the fancy Paragon table here. That's pretty cool. That is a dude that is pretty cool, if you will let me move him out of the chat window. Captain Hook? He's pretty cool looking. But I won't be able to afford him, because I'm focusing on saving up for a, whatchamacallit, the combo idol, a combo manual. Oh, Vayu Dragon. Yes, he's very easy to farm as well. Vayu is extremely high drop rate in the Temple of Gaia. So once you're able to get access to the level 60 Gaia temple, even in solo mode, when you come across... Is Vayu in solo mode for that? Maybe I should double check that before I say that. He might be on the other side. Vayu... You know what, I'll run it after this. Why not? The dungeons are about to reset anyway. Well, I'm at the point where there's certain Eidolons that would be significantly better for my archive, but I'm also not so tryhard that I need the absolute optimal set of Eidolons for my archive. I'm happy with what I can do on my own, even if it does mean suffering a little bit in the abysses. I can still make it through, as you saw earlier today. The only one I'm suffering the most with is the Lightning Abyss, and that one's just a whole other debacle, right? You don't need to worry about the Lightning Abyss. But because I can achieve the stuff that I want to do, I'm not super fussed about being able to go for all of the brand new Eidolons. I just like cool dudes. Vayu is holy. Do. Yeah, dragon! He's a dragon! Dragon. Right? Archive is a collection stat, so the way that you've probably heard people talking about the archive, but basically, as you collect these Eidolon companions that you can see in my list here, and level them up, you unlock extra stats. So, by 4-starring the set of Eidolons, you unlock bonus stats that are quite broken as they start leveling up, like as you start getting more. So, for example... As you can see here, I've got 45 bonus damage to anything that's fire, 47% bonus damage to anything that's wind. Then down here you've got increases, like, bonuses to your skill damage. So why do I have 51% thunder bonus? What the heck? Why do I don't even play a thunder class. Anyway, then you've got other stuff, like I've got 60% bonus move speed just from having the archive. So you can see how this gets quite broken quite fast, right? Like, this is very not fair when you're comparing against new players. And this is what I mean when I say that you need this if you're going to be trying to solo endgame dungeons. And I've got enough for what I want to do. So I'm not super worried about focusing specifically on the most optimal Eidolons. Here you can see the non-matched pairs that I don't have all the new Eidolons. But yeah, so I got enough. God's grace. Reduces damage taken by elites. That is actually probably one of the more useless ones because of what elite means in this game. Anyway, I'm gonna take you over to the Gaia temple. I'm pretty sure Vayu appears on the holy side. I might be wrong though. He might not appear until a higher level. But because he's a basic, or is a basic Eidolon in that his fragments have a grey background, his drop rate is ridiculously high. 1 second, I'm just gonna kind of scroll through here. He's not in trial. Oh, no, there he is. Vayu. Maybe in, here too? Yeah, he totally is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, can't you walk up sheer cliffs? I'm pretty sure he's on this side. And I don't like this side because the last boss has reflect, but we're in solo mode. So once you've got access to this dungeon, you want to go on the light mode. And I know I've got bonus drop on, so don't think too much about it. Or don't worry too much about the fact that I'm getting so many more drops. You won't get as many drops, but... I mean, look, I killed that guy once, and yes, I've got 4 extra drops, but it gave me a full key's worth, right? Did I go the wrong path? I could have sworn he was on this side. Maybe I'm not smart. Maybe I'm very dumb. Yeah, I don't think he's here. He must be on the other side. That boss has reflect, okay? The reason why I killed myself is because the boss has reflect. Basically what I was trying to show you is that in this mode of Gaia, which is a solo mode, remember, the bonuses for the drops for the fragments for these grey background keys are super high. Oh, come on, let's go 5 players and try the other path. I swear he was on that side. Maybe he's on darkness. Okay, so you're gonna go darkness, which doesn't have the reflect guy, so it's easier. And here I am once again doing Gaia and Dora. Inventory's about to cry. Oh, you know what? It totally is this side. He's the next one after this room. Right, here you are. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna run the dark mode. Endora. Her name is Endora, like the demon. Anyway, you're gonna run dark mode of the level 60 Gaia Sanctuary. Even solo mode works, because this Vayu is very generous with key fragments. So when you come to him, use a charm. He'll wait for you. And kill him. And he is generous with key fragments. He only gave me 2 that time. But that's still not that hard to farm. Because, as you can see, where's my top charm? He's generous with fragments. So if you run this daily, you could get turn it once per day. Just drop a charm on Vayu, and you'll be able to gather his fragments. Frankly, Gaia is a great place to be farming for all sorts of important things, like the resources you need to like fortify your eidolons and whatnot. I think that by the time you're in a position where you're going to be easily for 2-starring your eidolons, you will have so many of those fragments that they'll still be extra and worthless to you. So don't worry too much about losing out on fragments of the grey background variety. It's the gold background variety that are actually hard. Like, as you can see, my Demeter here is a gold background variety. Those ones are rarer. Oh, my inventory's a mess. Should have cleaned it up before the game. Oh. The majority of the eidolons in this game... Oh no, that's daily! Resets at 12 o'clock. I don't remember offhand if... Oh no, the fragments were tradable in Impact, but any drop fragments, like any eidolons that drop fragments in Aura Kingdom, this version, are not tradable. Any that you get off the Paragon table are. The problem I had is that they created a new currency for the Paragon, the gambling table in Impact, that made it so that you could not trade anything that you got on the Paragon table as a free-to-play. So, whereas in this game, you've got a minute chance for a ridiculous payday. Well, something in the mail. Oh, that's my next level of Dragon Point accumulation. You've got a minute chance for a ridiculous payday because you can get ruby coins free every week, and if you get lucky on the table, you've got a chance at being able to basically win the lottery. You've got a chance to win the lottery. In Impact, if you land on an item that is extremely valuable on the Paragon, you cannot sell it if you used free-to-play currency to get those tokens, which basically means that you've got no way to get ahead because there is no item that you can sell to other players that they can't easily farm. Because if you're free to play, you've only got access to the things that everybody else has access to farming. Anyway, I am going to sell off this Demeter key fragment because, again, it's a drop. Can't trade it. Nothing I can do there. And then these tokens that I get for selling the key fragments, I'll use to purchase Eidolon Wishing Coins, which I can use to bypass annoying Eidolon wishes. It's all a cycle. But yes, the optimal way to get backpacks is in here. And our backpacks, in total, cost less than a 20 slot. Like, you could buy this and all of these, and it would still cost less than a 20 slot backpack in Impact. I mean, I could probably open these. It's a very slim chance I'll get an orange costume, and I'm pretty sure I've got all of them, but I may as well open them, even though I then have to just toss them. Yeah, this is the main city, so there's only one channel. I don't know the number of players. There's no access to that information. Even back when we had the Steam version of the Steam client only counted the Steam players. And I personally don't know how to estimate how many players there are in the game just by looking around. But yeah, the amount of players is not an accessible value that I would be able to report to you. Wow, that was the most corporate way that I could have said that. Yeah, I kind of think I don't need these on this character. Hello, Ariellum? Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. The Steam version is no longer supported for this version of Aura Kingdom. You can get it on the official website for X Legend. If you see a version on Steam, that is the Aura Kingdom Impact version, which I'm not a fan of. I think that the re-release wasn't handled very well. If you're interested, I can grab the link for you and pop it in chat, because I'm the only one that can put links in chat. That's good for inventory cleanup. Alright, hold on a second, let me get it. Yeah, so basically what happened, the history of Aura Kingdom, as you might say, is that they, the publishing rights were owned by Area, which got bought out by, GameGo. So GameGo / Area was doing the publishing up until 2023, at which point X Legend, the original developer, took back the publishing rights for this server. And at that point, they took back the same server that Area / GameGo had been running. And from there, they then merged the 4 different Area language servers into this one. So technically, this server is the version that's been operating since like 2014. I believe that was the year it started in. Now that being said, you would not be able to recover your account from back then, because if you did play in the past, but you haven't played since any of that kerfuffle, they have cleared out accounts that were not finished being transferred over to the X Legend client. Because they made you download a new client, because publishing. Now we did get a reset, but I think I want to rerun the dungeons that drop the S20 armor things, because I think I need to give something back to my scrub account for having stolen so much stuff. And also, hello Ming! Now, the good news is that they've made the drop rate on all the basic Eidolons a lot higher, so you'd be able to get back your basic Eidolons. And I suppose the other good news is that they're handing out free Eidolons a lot more. Like this month, we're getting 5 free Eidolons. Yesterday they handed out a free King Yohime. If you log in for 14 days, you'll get an Abe no Seimei this month. And I think you're a bit too late to get 28 days login. But yeah, 28 days login is a full Hestia key. And then on these days... Oh gosh, there's the Little Red Riding Hood and Koma Inu in these packs. If you get the pack for today and for the 14th, you get a free Koma Inu, and if you get the pack for the 7th and the 21st, you'll get a free... Oh no, that's Koma Inu. This one's Little Red Riding Hood. Anyway, they're handing out a lot of free Eidolons nowadays for the daily logins, which is nice. On my scrub account, my scrub loves them. I have a second account I play that's basically like a late start free to play, and she's living the best life with all these free Eidolons they're handing out. I don't know, there's just something really relaxing about... I know this is a solo dungeon, so it's easy. Now, I think X Legend is more generous with some things. So, like... It's really hard for me to explain, because, like, backpacks and oath rings are crazy ridiculous ever since X Legend took over. So it's completely absurd to buy backpacks right now. You definitely want to wait until you can farm LP to be able to get backpacks. Then oath rings, which are necessary to 4-star every Eidolon, used to be so much more abundant. You could get them for like 400 G back in the day, whereas nowadays, gosh, did I see people selling them for 4K? Because they value them significantly higher than Area did. So, oath rings, really hard to get your hands on nowadays. But as for Eidolons and other random goodies, well, I mean, Area never gave us any temporary manuals or the big packs full of goodies when patches came out. Like, not to mention, like I said, we're getting 5 free Eidolons this month. So, I think they're different in their management styles, and making fragments for like Paragon Eidolons tradable has done wonders for newer players, because fragments rates on the tables aren't insanely low. And that's an easy thing that you can land on for with your weekly free gambling tokens. Well, no, they're LP gambling tokens, but you can land on them and sell them to other players and fund yourself that way. Because in the long term, sure, you might want those Eidolons in the future, but their price inevitably will go down, and you need resources to progress immediately, but nothing that drops in the dungeons is valuable to endgame players. So making fragments tradable and sellable was a huge step in the right direction. Now, they've done other things that I don't necessarily like, but in terms of generosity, so to speak, I think that we're living a better life in the X-Legend era. As for the gist of progression in the game, well, if you feel like kind of going on a nostalgia trip and trying it out, you might find yourself just kind of zooming through the early levels, and once you get to like 100-ish, that's when you're going to start to hit a wall, so to speak. So for nostalgia's sake, you might be able to enjoy just playing around that range, and then you'll hit kind of a grind wall, and if you're not a fan of grinding, that's something that is different person to person. I am living my best life right now, running the same dungeons over and over again. But honestly, that's something I tell a lot of people that played it in the past. They're like, hey, if you want to try it again, you're going to zip through the levels and you're going to get the most out of your nostalgia right away without feeling any pressure or You're not going to feel like the game is begging you to spend money or anything. It's quite relaxing, actually. But if you're not a fan of putting in a bunch of time to grind out 5% experience a day, then yeah, no, then once you hit Awakening, just call it you beat the game and go home. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, the X-Legend values certain items differently from what GameGo did. And I think that's just the only way to put it. Honestly, my scrub, I think she's got 4 oath rings right now, so she is sitting on a veritable mint. And I have not stolen those to my main account, because I actually still have a couple extra on my main account for the Eidolons that I'm working on linking right now. But like, oh boy, if I wanted to sell those, it might... If I sold everything on my scrub account and sent it over to my main, I might be able to afford the fusion manual. But I don't know that I want to, like, scrap scrub for parts. I'd kind of like to get her to level to the S20 gear set. It just feels like a shame, you know? I've taken so much from scrub. I don't want to bleed her dry completely. Scrub is my alternate account, the one that it doesn't have a lot of, like, it started late, so it doesn't have any of the benefits of the 10 years plus that I've been playing the game. Just because I kind of wanted to see what the game was like for new players. I wanted to see what it was, what the friction points were. I get the feeling I'm not going to get any formulas. I wasted all my luck on that S30 formula. Although, I think on the Paragon table right now we do have... Yeah, we got 3 and 7 day super charms. Anyway, that's a gambling table. I don't do gambling on stream, so wouldn't matter. They don't so much have events. Maybe that's I'm just thinking of event in a different context, but when you start a new account, there's 2 things that you'll get given as you progress. So at level... actually, I think they unlocked it, so it starts right at level 1. When you start on the map that you start on, sometimes there's... you might start on a different map depending on what class you pick. There will be a purple exclamation mark quest, that's a once per account quest, to get an item called the Envoy Support Cubes. And that Envoy Support Cube has items in it every 10 levels to help you progress. Now, you gotta be a bit careful because it'll take a lot of inventory slots, so you don't want to be opening it up willy-nilly until you got access to a bank, which is not until the 3rd map. But once you've got access to a bank and you can start going through those items, it's super helpful. And the other thing you get on every character is at level 30, you get a pack in the mail called the Uber Goodie Bag. And that goodie bag is on, not only on every character, but again, it's got a whole bunch of like bonus items and equipment that you can use to help get through to Awakening. And the last thing inside the Envoy Support Cube, the first one that you get only once per account, is a whatchamacallit, a boost card. You need to you get to level 110 to be able to open it, but once you get that boost card, it allows you to create a second character, like a character starting from level 85, so skipping the majority of the grind on that character as well. So there is goodies that new players get. It's not event though. As for Dragon Point events, like double Dragon Points, I do not recall anything like that offhand, but you do have items that increase your Dragon Points that they hand out now and then. Like on the daily login right now, we've got some inside these packs. Not that one. This one, the level 3 Azurian. Oh, hello, Matera-san. You're not late. I was planning on going for about 40 more minutes. Although if I get hungry, I might stop early. Right, so I don't recall there being a double Dragon Point event, but just because I know it's here. There is items like this that increase the amount of Dragon Points you get for each kill, and typically I would pop one of those late in the month when I'm suffering and trying to get enough Dragon Points to be able to finish my accumulation for the month. But for this month, we are doing just fine. I'm already at 171,000. Sometimes I start my grind at the end of the month at less than 171,000, so I am doing just fine on Dragon Points this month. Which is good, because next month I'm not going to be able to do any Dragon Points. Ugh. Honestly, I'm kind of sad about the fact that I don't have a laptop that I could bring with me on my trip. Because it would be kind of nice to be able to just like even quickly log in for the daily logins, even on Scrub, because like Scrub has the most to lose for not getting those free bonuses. My main account, I could take it or leave it, but Scrub will really hurt. But, you know, maybe it'll be nice to be completely unplugged for a whole month. Well, not completely unplugged. Like I said, I'm planning on trying to put together like a coffee vlog. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that X-Legend wouldn't share that data. Remember that the majority of these kind of games live and die off their whales, so... As long as the whales are covering the costs, right? I hate to say it that way, but it's a sad reality of the of the financial environment that gaming is in right now. Very sad, but needless to say, I am not a whale. In fact, I think across the entirety of time that I've played Aura Kingdom, I have probably spent less than $150. And again, we are talking like over a decade, and that's Canadian dollars. So I am certainly not keeping the lights on at X Legend. Well, I think one of the interesting things about like an MMO, and I'm not the best person to talk about this, but MMOs have a huge startup cost. Like putting everything together at the start costs more money, and that's why you don't see a ton of like MMOs anymore. Well, right, but that's what I mean is that I don't think X Legend needs to make all that money because they've already invested everything that it took to get Aura Kingdom and their other games to where they are. Gotta be real with you, we're not getting a whole bunch of content. We're not going to be getting a whole lot of new content for a while. It's mostly going to be new Eidolon releases, events, and costumes and whatnot, because Taiwan server is a year ahead of us, so we kind of have a picture of what the roadmap's going to be, and we already know in the next year we're not getting another class or map happening. So unless secretly what they've been planning is to hold back the Taiwan server by a year so that we can then merge with the Taiwan server. I don't think so, but that would be funny. But right now, if you wanted to play on the Taiwan server, you'd need like a Taiwanese phone number as far as I know, so it's not like you could just start there. Well, as I said, I'm probably not the best person to speak about it, but the upfront costs of getting an MMO started are probably significantly higher than continuing to operate the existing servers while running simple events. But, like I said, the thing that I enjoy about the game, I get from it. I don't need a new map right now. Well, the good thing is that DLSS 5 is coming, and then you'll be able to make the game look like whatever you want with AI. No, I'm kidding. I don't like it. But yeah, I do, honestly, if they just put keys, or not key fragments, sorry, the oath rings in all the Paragons, I'd be rolling them. I mean, I don't use paid RC though. So, that is what it is. I need to upgrade my computer too. I keep putting off upgrading my computer because, you know, world circumstances that have caused everything to cost too much. But at some point here, I'm gonna need to get a new PC. I just wish I didn't have to. It would be nice if I didn't have to. Oh. Yep. Basically, my issue is that... Oh, what do you think this is the only game I play? I ran into an issue where I was trying to process audio for a video, and despite the fact that I've got enough RAM, my computer just simply could not keep up. My other issue is I cannot upgrade to Windows 11 because my computer is not supported. So there's software that I'd like to use that no longer supports Windows 10. But no, Aura Kingdom is not the only game that I play, and in the future, there's going to come a time when Aura Kingdom no longer exists, and I'll have to play some modern game, I'm sure. Like... I'm not touchy about it or anything, but yeah, there's genuinely things that I'm trying to do, like in specifically with regards to editing my audio and editing my videos. I mean, I'm not good at editing videos, but the fact that it's taking that much time for the preview render for me to even see what's going on, probably not ideal. See, before I tell you my computer specs, I got my computer built in during COVID, so I ended up spending way too much for the parts then. And of course, then the parts came down and my computer was fine. And then Windows 11 happened and I couldn't do Windows 11, so like, you know, I kind of thought, well, I'll coast a bit. And then the price of RAM started going up, and now hard drives are going up, and it's like, everything's too expensive. Anyway, my stalling was so that I could open up my computer, because I can't remember all of my specs just offhand, because that's not something that I just have memorized. Alright, so I'm using an AMD Ryzen 7. I've got an RTX 3060 Ti and 32 gigabytes of RAM. I think that's a pretty good picture of where I'm at. It is not a bad computer by any respects, but sometimes when I'm trying to run multiple things at once for the purposes of like working on content, like I might have my video editor, and I use a pretty light, bad video editor, so it's not ideal. I've got my game open where I'm gathering footage. I've got Excel open where I'm working on my list of what I'm trying to gather here. I might also have like a Word document open for that. I then also have like my my Audacity open because I was trying to use a better audio program and my computer just could not hack it. I've killed my computer. Like, I've literally gone so far that my computer just said, nah. And then I just started it all up again, of course. And when I upgrade my VTuber model, I haven't used a high-resolution VTuber model before, so I don't know how heavy a load that's going to be. But like I said, my computer is not bad by a long shot. I definitely spent too much money on it. And yes, I have RGB in it because it's pretty, but... but yeah, I spent too much on it. And the software that I would like to use that can no longer be used on Windows 10 is a real bummer. Really bummer. Not much I can do about that, though. It has RGB! Okay, so my RGB it actually doesn't have any R because I turned off everything R related. Basically, my PC has this beautiful cycle between a pale teal blue and a little specks of golden yellow in it. So when I look at it, I think of like a beautiful beach in a light morning sky. I haven't been to the beach in a very long time. Don't judge. My computer doesn't support Windows 11. The hardware does not support Windows 11. I'm aware that there are workarounds where, I believe it's what, the ARM thing? It's not ARM compatible? I believe there are workarounds that I could use, but I choose not to because I need... Frankly, looking at Windows 11, maybe it's a blessing in disguise that I couldn't get to it, considering some of the issues that it's having. But, like, they're not going to let me stay on Windows 10 forever. And I don't like the idea of just kind of forcefully pushing an operating system on it when it's already having this many issues. I can only imagine that it would become harder to troubleshoot problems. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by Hikadua, though. I'm not the most tech-savvy person in the world. Like, you will not believe how hype I was when I found the thing inside System 32 that will allow you to directly open the audio levels editor for Windows, like the thing where you can individually edit each program. Like, me being able to find that direct access so I don't have to go to the taskbar and right-click the speaker thing and then go to the editor or the levels, the menu. It's like, that makes me feel like Hackerman. So then I took my Stream Deck and I was able to map that to my Stream Deck. So now I can directly open up the individual levels per program from my Stream Deck, and I'm happy with that. That makes me very happy. I mean, you guys can't see it, but I just pressed the button and it came up and it made me happy. Well, you know how when you right-click on the speaker icon in Windows, there's an option where you can open up the individual audio control per program? I don't know why, but it seems like I have to keep my audio levels really, really low because it always gets way too loud. Like, it really quickly gets way too loud, so I have to individually modify every program to make sure that I'm not destroying my ears when I open stuff up. So I'm frequently going in there, and it's kind of a pain when I'm doing things in full screen, because then you gotta hit the Windows key, and then you gotta go over to it, and then sometimes that opens up underneath the game, and sometimes the Windows key borks up the game and stuff. So I was just looking for what the name of the so-called application is for that specific window, and I was very proud to find it. I forget what it's called now, though. And I didn't install anything, I just found it in System 32 and double-clicked on it, so I'm pretty sure I didn't give myself a virus. Good job, me. Although I think the real funny thing is that I'm still the most tech-savvy in my family, so anytime anybody's got a problem with a computer, they still come to me. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm the family IT person. So, I've already stolen your job. Which is funny because I actually kind of wanted to go into IT when I was in university, but gosh, my first teacher for gosh, if I call it infotech, you're gonna think I'm a geezer at this point. But basically, the first class that I took was awful, like so awful, that I literally just noped out of the computer program. Yes, so you've got the Envoy support cube, you've got the whatchamacallem, the Uber goodie bag, the Envoy support cube once per account, Uber goodie bag for every single character. One of the things inside those that's a really big help is armor that levels up with you. It's a little double-edged sword in that it doesn't have speed stat, which is really important, but don't have to worry about that if you've never started playing because it's too detailed, I think. The other thing is that they've adjusted the curve of the game so much that you'll basically be on an elevator straight to Awakening at level 100, which is the challenge to get to level 101. I think that's basically the majority, is just that they've made it easier to level up and they've given you goodies. Oh, right, and they added a whole, like, they reduced the number of kills for a lot of the quests, so you don't have to kill anywhere near as many mobs. It'll make it a lot faster to go through. And they've also added extra treats to the quest rewards for completing the main quest, so it's better than it used to be. As for what my degree is in, I will decline to answer. Ultimately, my current work is in the transportation industry, and it's not related. So, you could say that I've got a degree for nothing. I learned how to learn, and then I didn't do anything with it. Job market do be like that, though. Well, overpriced or not, I am not in college debt or university debt. It's called, we don't really use college as a catch-all term. We would be in Canada, we do call it college and university separately. But I'm not in any debt from it, so ultimately, I feel that I am a better person for having been to university. So leave it at that. But no, like, it was a really, really bad class. Like, the first class, our professor took some time to explain about his credentials, and I'm like, okay, I mean, it's important to know what the credentials of your professor are. But then he tested us on them. Like, legitimately, a test for marks on what his credentials are. Like, bud, I am not paying to learn who you are. You are nobody. And then we got into, like, oh my gosh, we spent class after class after class after class being like, here is the logic behind counting using a loop in pseudocode, right? So we spent like an hour of a class talking about how if you want to count to 5 with the loop, first you start with the 0, and then you check whether you're at 5, and if you're not at 5, you add 1 and loop. Check if we're at 5. Nope, we're at 1, so we add 1 and we loop. Are we at 5? No, we're at 2, so we add 1 and loop. And I'm not kidding, he stretched that into an hour-long class. And then he would assign us assignments that were not related to counting with a loop. It was just use the logic of code to write a pseudocode for this other thing that we have not discussed at all in class, and if you ask the professor for help, he docked your mark by 50%. It was ridiculous. It was so bad. Like, legitimately, when we were going for the final test, and I had not asked for any help from the professor, I had just kind of struggled through whatever the heck he wanted us to do. I had not asked for any help. But legitimately, when we were going in for the final test, they were passing around a petition to have him barred from the university for doing such a miserable job. And I signed it. Like, basically what they wanted was, the other students of the class legitimately were like, hey, this is absurd. This should not be happening. This is not what we're paying money to learn about. So what they wanted was they were asking for the course to be ungraded. So basically it's like where they investigate the teacher, everyone in the class gets just a pass mark without an actual letter grade that affects your GPA. It was really, really bad. So I know it sounds bad when I say that I gave up because I had a miserable teacher for the first of my computer classes, but it was legitimately really, really bad. Like, the pseudocode and all that, okay, getting us to understand the logic behind how a computer understands things, I get it. We don't need to count to 5 over an hour. I get it. But the other stuff in the class was like, a keyboard is an input device, and a monitor is an output device, and a touch screen is an input and an output device. But said over an hour. Like, it felt like the course was designed for people who had never touched a computer before in their life, and I might be old, but I'm not that old. But anyway, my university gripes aside, yes, I removed myself from the computer line of courses because I was so put off by what they were actually teaching at that university. Anyway. As I said, I work in transportation now, so it's not quite related. Did I redo these? I don't think I did. Sorry for the rant. I'm just... Every once in a while, I remember that class because, like... I know I have anxiety. I know I've got anxiety over things going poorly, but, like, I had never been in a class where I legitimately could not see a way forward. And when this professor assigned his first real assignment, I was literally up awake at night being like, this is not related to anything that we've been talking about in class. This is not counting to 5 using computer logic. This is absurd and unrelated. What on earth am I gonna do? I don't have, like, even a clue where to start. Like, it was absurd, and I literally laid there. I remember that night, staring at the ceiling, thinking, like, am I the problem? It wasn't me. It was not me. It was that dude. But, you know, when what was it, 25% of your grade is on, or 50% of the grade was on assignments. There was only 2 assignments, so half of your grade is being able to do these assignments that... Oh man, it was absurd. It was absurd! He made us buy a textbook and we never opened it, now that I think about it, because he was too busy talking about computer logic. I'm sorry, I'll stop ranting about it. That guy just pisses me off so bad. I recently emailed one of the other professors at that university just saying thank you for being amazing because I came across something that they had taught us about in real life. And I just wanted to send them a little, hey, I remember you. It was great being your student. Thanks for doing what you do. And I never got a reply. I don't know if they're still at the university, but hopefully they got the email. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching people... I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching people computer logic. I think dragging out an extremely basic concept for an hour-long class and then assigning assignments that are unrelated to that is kind of crazy. But if he was actually trying to get us ready for a modern world where we wouldn't be taught to do anything, then didn't need a class to know that. Or to experience that. Well. Back in university, I used to, use Aegis Sub to do, programmatic karaoke animations. So I already had a basic gist of how computer logic worked based on being able to use Lua to write scripts that would apply to syllables in time to music. So perhaps I could have skipped to 102 instead of taking 101. I don't know. Can't do it anymore, though. I don't remember anything about doing karaoke's in Lua. being able to use a specific programming language to do a specific thing in a specific context is very easy, because all you need to do is learn what tools you need for what you're trying to do, right? So it's kind of like how a lot of kiddie coders got sufficient at HTML way back in the day trying to make GeoCities sites or their Neopets profile pages, right? Like, people just learned that because it was fun, but that didn't necessarily qualify them to do other stuff, but they learned the logic of how those languages worked in those specific contexts. Maybe GeoCities and Neopets is kind of dates me a bit, though, here. Now, I'm fairly certain I had a GeoCities website. I wonder what it was about. I don't remember. Well, anyway, I'm Unk. Remember that. All you gotta remember is I'm kinda Unk. Gosh. I don't think physics is super easy, but I remembered liking chemistry in high school and not continuing. Oh. I'm not even sure what that's an acronym for. Hold on, I gotta Google something. Oh, data science and AI? Well, I'm pretty anti-AI in terms of like the rampant use of it replacing people in positions. The other thing I'm not a fan of is where a human kind of has to follow behind an AI and clean up all its messes. Not a huge fan of that. But, you know, I'm gonna admit, I attempted to try vibe coding because I figure that if I'm going to be anti-AI, I should put in some effort to at least see where people are coming from. And you could say that I did a bad job of it, but the experience that I had was I would ask for something, it would print out some kind of code, I'd ask it to explain what each part was doing, and it would explain. Then I would try it, and it wouldn't work. So then I'd say, hey, it didn't work, and it would be like, oh, the reason why it didn't work is because of this. Here, I fixed it. Then I'd try it, it wouldn't work, and it would say, oh, the reason why it didn't work is because this was done wrong, and then it'd fix it. And it's like over and over again loops of, you literally have no clue what you're doing, do you? So I ended up just abandoning that project after like 3 days because it was nothing but loops of, here's the working code, and then it'll be like, oh, the reason why it's not working is because this is done wrong. Then stop doing it wrong. So I did try because, like I said, I feel like if I'm gonna be a hater, I'm gonna be an informed hater. To an extent. Oh, informed hater. Right, but you know, there's people. I understand where you're coming from, saying that there is a lot of stuff that goes into so-called vibe coding, but if the purpose is supposed to be that a person who does not know anything about coding would be able to use an AI to generate code that works, then it failed at doing that because I had no free, like, even though I was trying, I've worked, like I said, I've worked with code languages before in that I was able to learn how to use Lua very well when I was doing that back in the day. So I understand logically how code works. So if you explain to me all the points, I figured that I could get to the point where I would understand what the language was trying to do, right? Like I figured I would get to the point that I would understand what the code language the machine was spitting out was, and then I'd be able to build on that myself to work with an AI to try it. Like that was what the goal of my experiment with vibe coding was, is that I wanted to try to use an AI to help build the foundation to then be able to understand the basics. Because like when I try to look at learning basics and it starts with print hello world, it's like, this is not useful. There's nothing that this is doing for me that is useful. So the fact that I couldn't get something functioning that I could then start dissecting to understand. Basically, I was trying to build a OBS commands. That's all. Python OBS commands. But it is what it is. I'm kind of sad it didn't work, because I thought I could do some fun stuff. But man, when you scroll through YouTube, like, I don't know if this is different for other people. It might be partially the Canadian government's fault, but for YouTube in Canada, your algorithm is slightly skewed to send you Canadian channels, because there's a rule that you have to serve a certain amount of Canadian content as part of the CanCon rules. But basically what the result is that I get fed a lot of really small Canadian channels, and I get... So I get these really tiny channels, and I try to give them a chance because I was tiny once. I'm still small, but I was teeny once, and people gave me a chance. So I try to give people a chance, and it's just so depressing how much of it is AI voices and not only X but Y that it's depressing and annoying. Anyway, that's that for this dungeon. The S-35's out of my system again. Now, we've only got about 4 minutes left until we hit... Well, I mean... Okay, technically I did start right on time, but I do have stuff that I've got to get done this this afternoon, so I'll probably call it here for the day. Just clean up my inventory. Okay, so I have alt channels. And I'm pretty sure I subscribed to myself on all of them anyway, so I don't think I would have been fed my own channels if I had not been just automatically subscribed to give myself a little +1. But it's actually kind of embarrassing to see my own videos in the recommended feed. Oh, but like, I don't want to call it a collab because that would way oversell it, but I had the opportunity to appear on a large Canadian tech YouTuber's channel for one video, and one time I had a friend in Discord message me like, yo, I was doom scrolling shorts and then I came across a short that you were in from this tech YouTuber, and it zapped me out of it. Thank you. And I'm like, oh my gosh. People coming across me in reality. Honestly, I'm still so shook from that. Well, it's one of my friends, so it's not like I was getting recognized on the street for, hey, you appeared in that one video with that one YouTuber. It's like, no, that's not happening, but like, you know, it's still kind of weird that people could, like, genuinely just come across my visage out there. Oh, Nanashi! Thank you! I updated the animation!
Index pointing at the viewer emoji, thumbs up emoji.
That didn't work properly on the thing. Nanashi stole your crown immediately. The chat ranking, unfortunately, is pay to win. Now, I was kind of being vague there because they're involved in a bit of drama, but you know what? It's Linus Tech Tips. I was in a Linus Tech Tips video, and right now they got some drama going on with the private jet thing, but it's not even pay to win. What do you mean it's not pay to win? Donna, she stole your crown in 1 minute. Ah, gosh, what was I going to do with the rest of these ores? I think these are all just old ores that I can toss. Yeah, I think I am going to... Oh, that's okay. Like I said, I do have a real job, so it's not like I'm making a living off of live streaming and Nanashi has fed me for half a day. I do appreciate it, though. Thank you so much. Did you see that I updated the animation for the super chat? Originally I had a picture of a coffee cup that I drew, but now I've got those cute animated emotes from Emote Lab. Well, it's okay. We're going to be finishing up for the day shortly, so don't worry about it. The rankings are set every stream. Where's the bank? Oh, there it is. She.
At me can't spell has donated $5.
Well, thank you again. I guess both of you. And now you get to see the cute animation again. It's a little rough because I had to make it myself and I'm not super talented, but I think it's cute, right? Oh gosh, what am I trying to do? You guys keep distracting me and now my inventory's not working. My brain's not working on my inventory, I should say. Yeah, what I was going to say is a very serious discussion about VPNs. There are circumstances in which VPNs are quite helpful, specifically with regards to trying to hide your location if you're looking up something that your government doesn't like. I can understand that being important. If you're trying to download illegal content and you want to hide that from your ISP. If you want to hide stuff from your ISP, then absolutely a VPN is going to do that. But a VPN is not going to make you any more secure online. You're still accessing the same information, and that same information is still coming to your computer. So, I mean, some VPNs do include like malware protection or warnings for certain websites, but that's not related to the fact that it's a VPN. That's a separate service. So specifically, VPNs are good for bypassing region locks, accessing content that's not available in your region. Like, again, that's kind of... Sometimes when I'm in Canada, I want to click on YouTube videos and it says, hey, you can't watch this in Canada, sucks to suck. Like, honestly, sometimes music videos. And I'm like, why are you blocking me from watching these music videos? Please. Sometimes I have a VPN. My dad pays for one and he's like, hey, here, have access to my VPN. And I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. I don't know. The super chats are available in Canada, so I've never been in a circumstance where you need to, where I would not be able to send somebody a super chat. Although my friend, Canada should block Drake's music. You know what? Fair. If you don't, if we had blocked that a little earlier, maybe we could have saved some lives. But let's see, what other circumstances are VPN helpful? Oh, right, like when I was looking around for like hotels for my trip to Japan, I did fuss around a bit with the VPN, and in some circumstances, yes, I did see different prices. The other thing you want to do is try different browsers, and don't do it on an Apple phone, because if you have an Apple product, they assume that you're rich. The other thing you want to do is make sure you're cleaning your cookies. So you could use that to shop around and see if people are giving you a bad deal because they register you as being in an area that can afford more. Yeah, so VPN, not doing anything for your security specifically with regards to like malware or getting hacked and that kind of stuff. VPN's doing nothing. VPN is for region blocking and for hiding things from your ISP or government. That's basically it. Anyway, on that note, yes, I do use a VPN because, like I said, my dad pays for one and he was like, here, have a login. And what was I going to do? Say no to free programs? Heck no. But yeah, no, that's... I don't think a VPN is super valuable for the average user, but if you feel that strongly about sending people super chats, it's kind of awkward to be like, yes, go get a VPN so you can send me money, but if that's what you feel like you'd like to do, it could be something to look into. But I highly recommend doing some serious research because free VPNs have a tendency to be quite not ideal. Now, I did hear that Firefox is going to be implementing a free VPN with a very limited amount of megabytes available per month to users, so that might be something worth looking into. The only thing I'd be worried about is that if you have a stream on high quality, the only thing I'd be concerned about for using a free VPN like the Firefox one would be that it's got very limited bandwidth. So if you were streaming in high quality, it might use up the entire month's worth of bandwidth right away. But that could be one free one to keep an eye on because, like I said, free VPNs are kind of scuzzy. They're kind of risky. Well, here's hoping that tourists will not be disrespectful going forward. I endeavor to be a respectful tourist when I'm visiting another country myself, so, yeah, hard to comment on that. Oh, I wouldn't use Opera either, because Opera's kinda... Sorry, I don't use a Chromium... I try to avoid... No, not Siri. Yeah. I try to avoid Chromium-based, operating systems. I'm going to be respectful in Japan, okay? Okay. I'm going to leave it at that, though. Thank you so much, Nanashi, again. And it was nice chatting with you, Me Can't Spell, for this last little bit here. I will catch you guys next time. As usual, there is no schedule, but well, I'll see you eventually, I'm sure. Bye-bye.